Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and the Shakeouts. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Happy hump day. Today's Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. It's the 12th, and we're back for day 12 of the Lindsay Clancy trial in Plymouth Superior Court, Massachusetts. How's everyone doing today? How's everybody doing? Law and crime is up. We're just waiting for court to start. Today's motivational quote of the day, because God knows we always need one, is a Margaret Thatcher quote. Margaret Thatcher said, "Disciplining yourself to do what you know is right and important, although difficult, is the high road to pride, self-esteem, and personal satisfaction." There it is. Pearls of wisdom dropped on you by Margaret Thatcher. Disciplining yourself to do what you know is right and important, although difficult, is the high road to pride, self-esteem, and personal satisfaction. There you go. Print that. Thank you, Margaret Thatcher. I don't know who's going to be testifying today, but we're here for it. I don't know how much longer the Commonwealth's case is going to be. They haven't called any expert witnesses yet. I don't know if they're going to call any more treating providers like LATIESHA Dukes, who was Lindsay's talk therapist from the South Shore Perinatal. But I guess we'll see. Ian Whiffen is also on the Commonwealth witness list, and Dr. RENEE Stonebridge, two witnesses that we saw testifying in the Karen Reed trials. Bob Mata said the Commonwealth will wrap up Friday or Monday. Oh, okay. All right. So I guess we'll see. Here's your badass affirmation of the day. I don't curse on the channel, so I'm going to say S instead of the S curse word. And I don't always. When I do curse, it trends on Twitter. That's how rare I curse. Okay. There is a S ton of happiness ahead of me. That's your badass affirmation of the day. There's a S ton of happiness ahead of me. There you go. There you go. They're always late starting court. So I wanted to show you guys something that if you followed the Harry Tuerk trial with me all the way back in 2025, I think it was spring of 2025. In February of 2025, Kevin Reddington represented Dr. Harry Tuerk, who was accused of and eventually convicted of taking his wife's life. Her name was Katie McLean. He strangled her with his bare hands, and Kevin Reddington defended him. And he was convicted of the lowest charge, which was involuntary manslaughter, which was wild because there had been evidence of a history of DV, and Katie was leaving him, and he was angry because she wanted too much in the divorce. It was a crazy case. He had his hair cut by a hammer. That's what I said. His hair was cut by LC, the barber in Norfolk County. At the same time that Turtle Boy was there, Aiden Carney was there. LC, his name was. He was the barber, and I don't know if he did free haircuts or cheap haircuts, but he had a hammer haircut. Take a listen to this. This is Kevin Reddington arguing for a change of venue back in February of 2025. And see if you recognize anybody that he mentions in this argument for his change of venue. Listen to this.
With what I've added as anything about the case. So without belaboring each and every point of law, as well as coupled with what I've added as the pretrial publicity, the Boston Magazine article, a number of other newspaper articles. I will point out, Your Honor, that of late, recently, the new thing now is the YouTube. And Your Honor, I'm sure is aware with the Karen Reed case that there are a lot of YouTube people, they get into the sensational aspects of the trial and they pick it apart, and they have a lot of people that sign on and they listen to it and debate it and talk about it, which is fine. There's one individual who I think has some credibility, and she seems to be very intelligent and is somewhat fair in her observations. Melanie Little is her name, an attorney from New York. And then there's a lot of other people that are more salacious and into talking about the emotions of a case, if you will. So I think that's, and she has not one, not two, but three Dr. Tuerk segments, if you will, where she's talked about the case and has taken on the position of the victim. She went through the typical abuse, if you will, again, the things we were talking about, hiding, pushing, preventing.
Again, effing again. Check it out. I'm on the Chiron of Court TV. If you're not looking at your screen, it says there's a whole little blurb about the Tuerk case, the relationship. Tuerk allegedly became emotionally controlling. McLean says Tuerk later physically abused her. Motions hearing. Kevin Reddington, defense attorney. And then it says defense, : there is one person who has some credibility in talking about the case, comma, Melanie Little. It's in big font. And did you hear what he said? She's got some credibility. This is all the way back in February of 2025. And so ever since then, Kevin Reddington has had a soft spot in my heart. If you didn't watch the Harry Tuerk trial, I have a playlist of the Harry Tuerk trial. I think it was only 5 or 6 days long, this trial. And the footage, like the feed that we could get wasn't great. But it was a very interesting trial. And it just goes to show that a lawyer has to be so good at what they do to get 12 people to believe, in my opinion, that Harry Tuerk was only guilty of involuntary manslaughter. It was wild. So that's pretty funny. This was from February of 2025. If you're just tuning in, I'll rewind it a little so I can get my flowers. Hold on. This was all the way back in February 2025.
Seems to be very intelligent, and who I listened to it and the trial case, that there are a lot of, and Your Honor, I'm sure is aware with the Karen Reed case, that there are a lot of YouTube people, they get into the sensational aspects of the
YouTube people, a lot of YouTube people.
Trial, and they pick it apart, and they have a lot of people that sign on and they listen to it and debate it and talk about it, which is fine. There's one individual who I think has some credibility, and she seems to be very intelligent and is somewhat fair in her observations. Melanie Little is her name.
I'm somewhat, what did he say? Somewhat credible and intelligent. Oh no, this is like a year and a half old, but I forgot about it. And then I remembered it. And then I had to dig through the archives to find it. But here it is. Oh, Emily C says, I have a good friend who's very close with Reddington, can confirm that he's a cupcake. I've never spoken to him. I have never met him. I had no idea that he even knew who I was until this happened. And trust me, my chat was on the Katie McLean side, as was Katie McLean's family was watching the feed, and Katie McLean's daughter, who was a young teenager when her mom was tragically killed. They were from Dover, and she was watching the feed with us and sometimes would come and chat. And so that is why, if you wonder why, we're very strict about the chat here. That is just one of the reasons why, because sometimes the family is watching and you don't know that they're watching. And that is why we try and have some grace for the family and not trash them the way that certain people out there on the mostly the TikTok have been, disparaging Patrick. And as we found out yesterday, or as we looked at yesterday, Patrick Clancy has started a foundation on behalf of his children, and they are trying to raise money to open what will be the first inpatient facility in Massachusetts solely for postpartum moms. And I just can't have the vitriol against Patrick in my chat. Not that I have any personal connection to the family or anyone related to them, but it's just, we try and, not do that here. Did you guys say that Yuri Buchanan has been rehomed? Yuri Buchanan has been rehomed. Where did they put him? I've been so neck deep in this trial with you that when I get off of this trial after 8 days on the air, 8 days, 8 days, it's 12 days, 8 hours a day. I have no bandwidth to watch any more YouTube or even, engage on the conspiracy theories or vitriol on any sort of other social media. Karen DePasquale gifted 5 memberships. You know why? Because she's amazing. She's amazing. Thank you, Karen DePasquale. She's in here. She's always gifting. Buzzing for Truth. Thank you for your 5, says Melanie, our Queen Cupcake. Thank you for covering. You've been amazing with explaining as well as entertaining, even through this awful event. Go Red. I call him K Shred. I don't know if that was old Yuri information. I think it was just made public. I think he was rehomed recently. I don't even know. I just saw somebody put it in the pre-chat. So if I get some receipts on it, I'll let you know. It was confirmed yesterday by Ken Mello's wife, special prosecutor Kenneth Mello passed away yesterday. May he rest in peace. He was the special prosecutor that had been assigned to or hired to prosecute Aiden, aka Turtle Boy Carney. Everyone is sharing an old Howie Carr tweet from last year. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, somebody said in the chat, in the pre-chat, that he was just rehomed. So I don't know. I heard that too. I heard that Karen Reed's total phone extraction is in the hands of the Haas plaintiffs in the defamation case, that the Norfolk District Attorney's Office turned over Karen Reed's total phone extraction by accident. Is that, I haven't even read the papers. I haven't even read. You know how I am. When I get into a trial or a case, I'm kind of single thread. I'm very single thread on it. It's hard for me to jump off after 8 hours and cover something else for a couple of hours, but that's crazy. Oh, so Kerry saw Howie Carr reposted his last year's rehoming tweet. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth, for your 5. And Blue Bow Psych. Oh, see, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, working the bow into your username. It's not enough coffee today. She says your light shines bright, Melanie. Yeah, people went crazy yesterday when I started calling the defense attorney and the defense. I keep thinking they're a defense attorney because I feel like they're defending the case against the doctors in the civil case. That's what this trial feels like to me. They've lost the plot. Okay, they need to be proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was not suffering from a mental disease or defect. That's in this. Well, it used to be the statute, from a mental disease or defect that caused her to not know what she was doing at the time of her crimes and to not appreciate that they were against the law and she wasn't able to prevent herself from doing it. That's what they need to prove. That's just a generalization, but it's the Commonwealth who needs to prove that. And I don't know how all these witnesses that they've been parading up onto the stand for 11 days are helping them achieve that goal. Seems to me like they are being very defensive of the doctors. And the doctors aren't on trial here. The nurse practitioners aren't on trial here. That is just one piece of the puzzle about what may have happened to cause Lindsay Clancy to suffer a psychotic break due to her postpartum psychosis. But yesterday we learned from Nurse Gelada that indeed patients in postpartum psychosis can hear voices. She had treated 5 postpartum psychosis patients in her career, and I think she said 2 or 3 of them heard voices. 2 of them would be 40%. Okay. So 40% of her patients heard voices and also had visual hallucinations. So it's real. It happens in postpartum psychosis. Even Nurse Gelada said that. And at one point, she kind of looked over to the prosecutors. They were like, I'm sorry. Kind of like Jessica Hyde apologizing to Hank Brennan for her testimony in Karen retrial number 2. Elf gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Good morning, Elf. Matea Trustee says, did anyone consider her concern and desire to change meds frequently a sign of mania? That's a great point. I found yesterday when they were talking about all of the messages that she was sending through the portal to Nurse Gelada, who seemed to be the one who was easiest to reach, right, and communicate with. That could have been considered a form of mania because the prosecution wanted to make a big deal about it. Oh, she emailed you at 9 a.m. and then she emailed you again at 9:36 and then she emailed you again at 10:07 and then she emailed you again at noon. Perhaps the defense has an expert that's going to say that is a form of mania, that she was obsessive, that she wanted answers, that she was looking for answers, that she was, she had this repetitive thinking in her head. Do you think the ADA's voice sounds like Meg Stalter? One of my kids recently went to see Meg Stalter on Broadway. I love Meg Stalter. I think she's hilarious. She is, I don't know if she still is, but she was starring in Oh, Mary, which I also saw, but she was not in it at the time. It was a different actress who played Mary. It's a Broadway show about Mary Todd Lincoln. It's a comedy and it's really funny. But Meg Stalter played Mary Todd Lincoln and my daughter went to see it and she said it was amazing. And she went, and I tell my kids, always go to the stage door after a Broadway show and see if you can meet the actors. And she got it. She got an autograph and stuff. And that was so cool. Now maybe I'll listen for it, Ashley Campbell, and I may not be able to unhear it. Right. And also her obsessive fear of not getting addicted to the medications. Could that have been a form of mania? That's a good point, GV. Mommy of Gigi of 12 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. We're in court.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have.
All right. We're going to have to boost it. God save us from the Commonwealth. And please, for the love of the traveling Mary, could somebody find a microphone today? Let's, we'll start on boost 3, see how we go from there. Earbuds are your friend on days like this because courthouse feed is always historically not great.
The matter of Commonwealth versus. Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody at sidebar, please.
Can't we be involved in the scheduling talks so we can plan our day as well? And we know if we're going to have a lunch break or if we're going to get a half day, as Judge Cannoni used to call it, a half day. Yes, she was Googling like 80 to 100, 60 to 100 times a night. Sweetness reminds me. She was Googling the medications and their side effects 60 to 100 times a night. I don't remember the exact numbers that he said, but it was a lot. It was a lot. Susan gifted 5 memberships. Look at all the new members. Welcome, new members. The members are called cupcakes because I have this sign behind me. Ever since I became a mom, I have 5 kids. And it says, you can't make everyone happy. You're not a cupcake. And that was my mantra. I had it hanging in my bedroom for many, many years, ever since I was a mom. And you can't make everyone happy. You're not a cupcake, but you make me happy. I make you happy. Somehow it morphed into my viewers being called cupcakes. And if you're a cupcake and you're a member, you get a cupcake next to your name. And the color indicates how long you've been a member. Since I started this channel, almost exactly 3 years ago. 3 years ago, July. Thank you, Susan. And K Red's Public Barbecue. I mean, come on with the usernames. That's why we call you the Snark Tank. Dr. Paul broke me. Actually, just a correction. She was a nurse practitioner, not a doctor. broke me. She was the only one that asked if Lindsay was safe. Yep. She cared. And I'd say she lives with the what if daily. I know. And remember that Lindsay was referred to Nurse Paul by her mother-in-law, Patrick's mom, who's also a labor and delivery nurse. Yes. Yes. So many things about this trial are very, very hard to understand, hard to swallow. But it has opened up a conversation about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So if any good can come from this, hopefully it's that. Evelyn says, thanks for covering this trial. As someone with MDD, these professionals are the reason I don't take meds. Thank you so much for your 5. Backpacks, bows, lies, oh my. See, the usernames are everything here. Could not watch this trial without you. Thank you for your super chat. Mommy of 5, Gigi of 12 has been here for 14 months because she loves it here. TMBB Superfan says, yesterday at one point during the trial, Melanie Little had the 4th highest viewership, only behind Law and Crime, Court TV, and the AP. Thanks. Thank you. I didn't know. I don't pay attention to how many people are watching who, but I do know we have a lot of new viewers here because a lot of people have figured out that some other chats are not very friendly and they also do not have moderators. And so people are allowed to say whatever they want and they're just really mean to each other. I'm too old for that. I don't have the bandwidth for all the negativity and all of the vitriol, because protecting your peace is really the most important thing. Protecting my peace is the most important thing to me. And that's why I suggest to you, if it gets to be too much for you, take breaks. Take breaks. Share the stream out. Let more people know where to come to watch the coverage that's a little more, I don't know, sensitive. I'm an empath. And so I try to see things from all sides, and I try to give grace, and I try to keep an open mind to the possibility that Lindsay Clancy could have suffered a psychotic break from her postpartum psychosis and the cocktail of medications that she had been on for months that quite possibly may have rewired her brain. Postpartum psychosis, from what I understand, is different from plain old psychosis because of all of the extra hormones going through a mom's body when she's breastfeeding and she's postpartum. Jem Murray says, it's hot as hell here today in the UK. Send help. Jennifer says, look into Bill H1924 if you haven't already. I haven't. Is that a Massachusetts bill? H1924. I'll make a note of it. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Wyoming Nana 4 says, Melanie will be listening while I paint my guest bedroom and bathroom. I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart, too. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. That is the Clementa's meatball scene from The Godfather that I quote often because I love that. Michael, why don't you tell the pretty girl you love her? I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Aunt BB gifted 10 memberships. Fun fact about Aunt BB. When I opened up memberships on my channel, and it takes a while before you can open up memberships, so I don't remember when it was. Maybe not even 3 years ago. Aunt BB was my first member. She was the first person to sign up for a monthly membership, and I will never, ever forget it. She gifted 10 memberships because she's amazing. She's amazing. Joe Harvey says it can't rewire the brain, but it can alter its chemistry. Well, I think people use rewiring of the brain in a general way. Some of the experts that I've seen when they talk about it to lay people. And so I'm not, it's not a literal interpretation of rewiring the brain, but that's just the expression. Kick Rock says the ADA sounds like Alex Garnishelli from Food Network. Oh, okay. I'll listen for that now too. Thanks for your 5. Good afternoon, Keith from England. I'm sorry, Kells. Kells. Kez. Kelza. Kezlh from England. Good afternoon. E2 Minutes says, this is the only channel I'll stream in my salon. I love it. Where's your salon? She's been here for 9 months. And that's another reason why I don't try not to use foul language. Sometimes it slips out, but because I know that we're playing on public televisions there, Paul's Barbershop in Quincy. Some of the nurses are watching at the Brigham and at the Massachusetts General on the public computers. I know, I see my nurses and my stylists and a lot of mail carriers in the chat, a lot of truck drivers, a lot of people doing construction. That's why I warn you, if I'm going to make a joke or something, that if you're on scaffolding, come to your screen. Always wear your safety equipment. Boston Children's Hospital is here. He is telling me Boston Children's Hospital is here. Hello, all the nurses.
So we're set for the jury at this point.
Ending to the jury. Casey Paralegal, she's amazing. Her baby started pre-K Monday, and today my daughter starts 2nd grade, and my oldest 11-year-old starts middle school, 6th grade today. Grateful for who they are. It's so bittersweet, isn't it? This is Lindsay's parents on the screen right now. Usually Dr. Zeisel is sitting next to them. I don't see him yet.
All right, jurors entering.
The days are long, but the years are short, Casey. Remember that. It happens so fast. Thank you. Chronically Curious Jay, thank you for your 10, and I love you so much too. Be sure to thank your moderators because they do the Lord's work for me.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Commonwealth would call Daniel LAWLER to the stand.
Shout out to the nurses at Diane and the nurses at Boston Medical West who are watching. Shout out to you guys. Let me know if you have a group watching so I can shout you out if I see it fly by.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you subject to the court and the jury and the outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler,
And where are you employed?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant,
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
Why would they need her
Any
wedding
other
rings as
celebrities?
evidence? I'm just curious. It would, and Scott, maybe you can answer this. Don't they oftentimes take the wedding rings and give them to a family member? I don't understand why they would need them as evidence. If anybody can give me a good reason for that, let me know. I know the clothing is very important, but why do they need her rings?
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay. All right.
They have no objection to it.
As far as
She still wants to go through the-
as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff,
She's putting on the black latex gloves so that she can handle the evidence. Ms. Buckingham is.
what do you guys do with them?
So it goes.
The hospital, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Does the bag say Stop and Shop on it?
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
I'm holding up what looks like a black or a heather black t-shirt that has been cut probably by the first responders that apparently Lindsay Clancy was wearing when she dove out the window.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
Some staining on the front.
The tank top is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
T-shirt is in one paper bag, put into another paper bag, sealed up with what looks like large, thick red duct tape, for lack of a better term.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
Holding up a pair of jeans cut up the middle by the first responders.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
With
That may be
stains.
admitted. Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
The bra.
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle
Yes.
and it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Maybe the rings were tested for blood, 1 in a jillion. You might be right.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when
Okay, I guess at that point she was in custody. I don't know if she was already in custody. I guess, was she already in custody on the 24th when he took her rings? Maybe the testing for DNA, testing for blood, yeah, any of that stuff, biological testing, maybe that's why. Scott says he's never collected rings from a person in the hospital. He usually gives them to the family, but let's see. We'll just keep going. Maybe they found something, who knows?
crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say, there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this.
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the state police detectives unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the state police detective unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
Have an evidence officer, you say?
Exhibit 155, if I may, first witness.
Me.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, exhibit 155. I'm gonna show you 4.
Comes the Ziploc bags of pill bottles. How is this proving that Lindsay Clancy was in her right mind when she killed these children? Anyone? Anyone?
Yes.
Bueller.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
Oh, he's the pill counter. He's the pill counter. Remember the money counter cop? The guy who counted the money in the Afro Man trial? This guy's the pill counter.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle?
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well?
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Does anybody out there ever combine their pill bottles? If you have 2 bottles of the same medication, do you combine them ever and then throw one of the empty bottles out? Just me? Means nothing.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
So you just assume someone else is going to do it? You seize the medication that's in the kitchen, or one of your guys does because you're the evidence officer. And you don't think that night meds might be kept in a nightstand? Okay. Maybe someone else did. Nobody did.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with?
Hold on. Are they going to say that this is Dr. Zeisel that went in there? What was the date on this? Do you recall what day you went?
Open area.
The exact date.
Okay. Where the defendant was following the, and at some point you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay.
How do you not recall the exact date? This is their theory, okay? This is why they're doing this. Their theory is that Lindsay Clancy did not talk about hearing voices or command hallucinations telling her to kill the kids until after she spoke with Dr. Zeisel, who is their expert witness. But he doesn't know what day it was that he was there, that Dr. Zeisel went in to speak with Lindsay, and he couldn't overhear the conversation. So this is part of their theory. Big Hoss, I have no idea, says, what the bleep are we doing? This is what we're doing. But he can't even tell us what day it was. He couldn't look at his work schedule. He didn't have a log of the fact that he went there to the Brigham after Lindsay was there. Let's see if he'll recollect.
When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And
I believe it was closed.
when he came out, did he speak?
She's in custody. She's handcuffed to the bed. Okay. Do you think they would allow a closed door meeting? I don't know. He's standing guard outside her hospital room. I don't know. But he doesn't know what day it was. Isn't the day important? Apparently he had a court order to go in there and see her. So what date was the court order? I have so many questions.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
He said he didn't know if the door was closed.
And
Yes.
you don't know what was said or what was done in that room.
No.
You think they weren't listening?
Thank you.
Good luck with
Right.
this.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
You assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. If there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, You went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside.
And he went to the drawer. I'm going to rewind it and boost him because I know many of you may have trouble hearing him. Kevin Reddington walks over to the drawer on the evidence table. I don't have to ask you if you saw this, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located. And then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement or the finished basement that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belong to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
Right.
up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order. And that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel or whoever it was went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Yep, he walked away from the mic. So let's take it back and boost him a little for those of you who are not wearing earbuds and maybe couldn't catch that. One of the contentions of the DA is that Paul Zeisel told her to hear voices or told her something about the voices. So let's just boost.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
She doesn't like that he's talking about prosecution theories because, I mean, even though this trooper works for the DA's office, that's the way it works in Massachusetts. It's really weird. A lot of the state troopers are assigned to certain DA's offices in certain counties. We don't do that here in New York. So that it's an odd thing for someone who practices outside of Massachusetts to see. But these troopers are assigned to a DA's office. They work hand in hand for decades sometimes. And so they work very closely together with the same group of troopers. And he says, you know, that it's the Commonwealth's theory that after Zeisel met with Lindsay, he had her call Patrick to say that she heard voices. But he doesn't even know what day he was there. That's wild to me. There's got to be payroll records, some employment records. There's got to be notes There's got to be a sign in, sign out sheet. Why are they trying to hide, again, something from the jury, like the date that this trooper, he was a trooper at the time, was at the hospital guarding the door? The same day that Dr. Zeisel was there. You know, Kevin Reddington knows the date because he had to get the court order. Third sidebar, everyone. Butter Duck, thank you so much for your very generous $50 super chat. Says, thank you, Miss Melanie, for being a class act during this very difficult case. I love you so very much. Oh, I love you too. I love you too. And look at your big giant dog. I remember your profile picture because your dog is almost bigger than you are. Thank you so much. You're so kind and generous. It is very important. I feel like they could have prepped him. He probably has a record of it. Maybe he just doesn't want to recall for whatever reason. Her parents couldn't come in to see her. He couldn't come in to see her. He had to get a court order to come and see her. And somebody said earlier, something like, what did she think? She was going to wake up and not be surrounded by cops? She killed 3 kids. Well, they should be doing an investigation. So, you know, I don't know if they tied this thing up in a bow within 3 hours, the way Michael Proctor tied up the Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car and left him to die in the snow in, I don't know, 16 hours or something. Probably even less than that. I don't know. Masshole says, are they hiding dates because she wasn't awake yet? I don't know. But once the jury feels like they're being duped, it's hard to get them back. Ms. Adrian says strangulation equals skin cells on the ring. Yeah, somebody else mentioned there could be hair in the ring. You're right. You're correct. That's why I ask you for ideas. Sometimes, right, he remembers he's just being dishonest, somebody says. And if the jury gets that feeling, like the thing about the book, good mommies have scary thoughts or whatever that was, they tried to make that a smoking gun since openings. Since that book was found in the home. And we heard from Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada, I think it was Nurse Gelada, said that they give that book out to their patients who are postpartum. That's something they give their patients and recommend. And that's why Lindsay bought that book, because she wasn't going to be in the office to get a free copy. Thank you, Mark McKay. He says it's really hot in the UK. He's been here for 22 months because those who stick around know what's up and they stick around. Jennifer says H1924 would require specialized screening and reproductive psychiatry evaluation for postpartum defendants who may have serious, I guess you're going to say mental health issues. Thank you. Red finally objected. See what I'm talking about with the usernames? Red finally objected says, I don't know if anyone else has said it, but Red sounds like the host of Unsolved Mysteries too. No, I haven't heard that. Yogi Kaz says, for the love of everything in this world, please explain why the Commonwealth continue with this charade. Make it make sense. Listen, an overzealous DA thinks a case like this may make his career. Tim Cruz, I believe, is that his name? Tim Cruz is the DA, the district attorney of Plymouth County. Full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. But I have to tell you, I didn't know that their evidence was as bad as it is. Like, they've got bad facts on their side, the Commonwealth. The journal entries that we have heard, all of the doctor's notes that were read into the record, all of the messages on my chart between Lindsay and Nurse Gelada, all of the reasons why she wasn't admitted as an inpatient. Lindsay did everything she possibly could have done. She had something like 14 visits with Dr. Tufts in the span of a couple of months. She was prescribed 13 different medications via 30 prescriptions from September 15th until January 24th. They would not admit her to the Women and Infants Partial Day Program because they said that she was depressed because of all of the drugs that she was on. This is a very bad set of facts for the prosecution. Music to My Soul says, I suspect the Commonwealth may save their mental health experts for a rebuttal. You could be right. Patrick says, are we going to see the doctors at Women and Infants testify? My wife had PPD last year and had a great experience attending that program. That's great to know. I'm so glad that you were able to get her in there, and hopefully everything has resolved. And it'd be very interesting to get a husband's perspective on this. So anybody wants to ask Patrick Duran any questions in the chat, just tag him with an @ Oh, please. Yes. Kevin Reddington Ring says, and 2 suicide hotline calls that she made and was told that she was not a candidate for inpatient because she didn't have a plan. She didn't have a plan. Amethyst came here for the attorney perspective. Thanks. Thank you. Rock Chick, thank you for your 5. Says, thanks for being with us. Here with us. Here for us. XOXO. Wallflower 420 said, I've been on Block Island for so long by mistake. I think I fixed you, right? I fixed you. YouTube blocks people sometimes by accident. If it happens to you, just email me with a link to your channel. My email is underneath the show notes of this video on top. Thank you for your super sticker each and every day. Mush up, thanks for your 5, says you keep it classy most of the time. Your dad's favorite mom says, I cannot stand the leading questions any longer. It's bad. It's bad. But I think also it's an experience. I don't know how much experience she has, really, to be honest. But it's not proper. He's letting it go because he doesn't want to object every single question. And he knows that they are helping his case. And he can clean it up on cross, as he does. Janie said the rings could contain evidence of epithelial cells or hair from the kids during the struggle. Well done. Not that, Mickey says, all the way from South Africa. I'm annoyed that other channels are surprised that Lindsay asked for a lawyer. If I woke up if I woke up chained to my bed as an officer and an officer out of the room, yeah, guarding the room, I'd ask for one too. Sorry, had to rant. I've seen too much of that, right? And she asked, do I have a lawyer? Not can I have a lawyer? It's just what smart people do. And again, a lot of people out there who are on the Lindsay Clancy was not suffering from a psychotic break train say she never talked about her kids. She never asked about her kids. Well, we know that her friend Amy, her childhood friend Amy, who went to visit her, didn't talk about the kids with her. This was when she was, I believe this was, well, her only inpatient stay was at McLean. Amy went to visit her. And Amy said, I was told by, I forget who, her sister or someone, not to talk about the kids. Not to talk about the kids. Buzzing for Truth says, I feel like we did this. Are we having deja vu? Well, this is different. He's a little bit different. He's the trooper who's going to say that he was there on a date uncertain when Dr. Zeisel went into the room, or some doctor who wasn't a doctor but a psychiatrist. I think what he meant was he wasn't a doctor from the hospital. And that he thinks the door was closed. I submit to you that that probably would not be allowed to happen. Dr. Zeisel will testify about that. And that after that, or during that visit, she called Patrick on her cell phone to say she had heard voices.
All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all right. Good. All folks on the chairs.
Sending the jury out. Either they're going to argue with each other or they're going to voir dire this witness and ask him some questions outside the presence of the jury. And it's only 10:14 a.m. here on the East Coast, and already the fire has started. Do you think Kevin Reddington is more like a charcoal grill or a gas grill for the barbecue? Think he's a charcoal guy? I think he's a charcoal guy, I would say. Old school. Rides a Harley.
All right, so counsel, what we're gonna do is we'll have it, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
Do you remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
This is huge. This is huge. And he's being honest. Trooper Dan Lawler is being honest. Yeah, I had conversations with the DA's office about this theory, that this is what happened. Well done. Well done. The jury's not present right now.
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
And what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the...
Wow. Wow. The MSP, nobody knows more than Kevin Reddington how corrupt certain parts of the Massachusetts State Police has been for decades. And now he's proving it. Maybe. But this trooper's not going to lie. He's a sergeant now. He's not going to risk his career. The objection was, if you're just tuning in, ADA objected because Kevin Reddington said, "Don't you know that there was a theory that Lindsay Clancy only mentioned she was hearing voices when Dr. Zeisel was in the room and she called Patrick Clancy." And she objected, like, how would he know that? Jury was sent out of the room. They had a lengthy sidebar. Jury was sent out of the room. Judge is allowing a voir dire of this witness, Sergeant, he's a sergeant now, Dan Lawler, to find out what he knew about this theory. And he 100% knew about this theory because the case officer, I'm not sure what his name is, McKelligan or McGallagher, told him about it. So he's telling us that he absolutely did know that this was a theory. Take it back a sentence. No, they were talking about the case. So they knew that this was a theory, not even that they were gossiping. They were talking about this theory of the case. And he's going to be allowed to ask him about it in front of the jury. She doesn't want the jury to know this. Okay? I'm going to take it back a sentence or two.
Circumstances of the case, they talked there in the court order.
And what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor in the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McKelligan.
And what did McGallagher tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McKelligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that were communicated to me, that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McGallagher, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zeisel or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say, that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
The
you say
voices.
the voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having.
That's it. Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McGallagher?
McKelligan.
McKelligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
The jury should hear it.
Attorney Buckingham.
She's screwed and she knows it.
Lawler, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Yeah.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McGilligan guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McGilligan,
No.
Sergeant McGilligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
She's screwed. They better let this in because it goes to bias. It goes to a lot of things. It's relevant.
Thank you.
So, if I may, Judge?
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination.
Here's the thing.
Court.
Here's the thing. And I know this
All right,
because
please.
of all the Massachusetts trials that we've covered. The Massachusetts State Police troopers that are assigned to the DA's office are part of the DA's office. They work for the DA's office. They are part of the DA's office under the rules of criminal procedure. They are required to turn over evidence, and they are required. They have other obligations because they are essentially a part of the Plymouth DA's office. I think I said Norfolk, but they're part of the Plymouth DA's office. And so he needs to allow it. The jury's allowed to hear about it because this is a prosecution theory. Here's the thing about this ADA, both of them. They've insinuated, right, a lot of their theory that things like the suicide attempt was fake, right? And they've asked their question. All of their questions were geared towards that. You know, the lacerations weren't very deep. They were just superficial, right? They were just scratches, right? They are embedded in the district attorney's office. Thank you, Karma and Gaga. Sometimes I can't think of the words. The suicide attempt wasn't real. It was fake. It was a half-assed attempt. She's a nurse. If she knew how to do it, she would do it right. And then when they get called out on the carpet for it, like in front of the judge at one of the motion hearings that we watched the other day, she said, we didn't say it was fake. And the judge looked at her and said, are you kidding me? Or as Cardi B would say,
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
they have also tried to make it sound like she was making up the postpartum. There was no diagnosis. We heard yesterday there absolutely was a diagnosis. She was treated for postpartum by Dr. Gelada. It's in all the records. Dr. Gelada said, I've treated women in postpartum psychosis. Some of them do hear voices. That is real. Some of them do have visual hallucinations as well. They've been gaslighting the jury and the world and all of you this entire trial. And the trooper who's on the stand right now guarded Lindsay Clancy's door when she was at the Brigham. She was in custody. He guarded the door. Nobody was allowed in and out to visit her. Her parents couldn't visit her. Her attorney couldn't visit her. She had a different attorney right in the beginning. When Kevin Reddington took on her case, he had to make a motion to go in to visit her. He had to make a motion to get Dr. Zeisel, his longtime expert psychiatrist or forensic psychiatrist, I'm not sure exactly what his title is, to see Lindsay. And the Commonwealth's theory is and has been Lindsay Clancy did not really hear voices because she only started talking about the voice after or when Dr. Zeisel was in the room with her. And Dr. Zeisel used his phone to call Patrick, and Lindsay spoke to Patrick and said that she heard a voice telling him to do it. When Kevin Reddington started asking this trooper, who doesn't remember what day it was that he was guarding the door at the Brigham, that this man came to visit, he doesn't remember if the door was open or closed. Kevin tried to cross him and say, isn't it true that you know that it's a theory of the Commonwealth that Lindsay didn't start talking about the voices until she spoke to Dr. Zeisel? There was an objection. They went to sidebar. The jury was sent out. They had this voir dire. And during the voir dire, which is questioning outside the jury about what this witness would testify to, if allowed, he clearly said, I had a conversation with the case officer, Trooper McKelligan, in which he told me this theory. And so he knows about the theory. And so he should be allowed to talk about the fact that he knows about the theory. But the judge couldn't rule immediately from the bench. He's taking a 10-minute break, which is odd to me. Very strange. So we're going to wait until he comes back. Lip to lip, that's fair to say. It says it's my first ever super chat. Thanks for all you do. I'm honored to be your first ever super chat. Hartschlag says, why can I not chat, but I can purchase a chat? Oh, because there's a 72-hour hold maybe on being a subscriber. Subscribing is free. You just have to hit the thumb below the video or the subscribe button. I'm not sure which. Maybe that's why, because you haven't been subscribed for 3 days. I'm not sure, but thanks for your super chat. The reason for the 72-hour hold is because there's a lot of crazy people on the internet that try and come in here and rage bait you and me. And sometimes it keeps them away. Many times it doesn't. The trolls. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me to put up Cardi B and for also being here for 3 months. Charlie from Down Under says some of these pills are very small, very easy to drop or misplace. Yeah, really. I mean, I don't know why they're focusing so much on how many pills we're missing. Like, to me, that's not a huge part of this case, but I guess to them it is. Kelly says, so missing pills in a bedroom was bad enough, but how do you miss a big bag of medication in a car? Did any of the Commonwealth witnesses do their job? I don't know if they searched the car. I don't know what you're referring to. I know that Patrick did have a bag of medications that he was going to dispose of, I think, at CVS, the stuff that she was no longer taking. And I don't know if they searched the car, and I don't know where Patrick had it, but thank you for your 5 and for tuning in from across the pond. Oh, our nurse, Tori, here. We see a lot of nurses here. Says, could she be proven innocent for the police not finding important evidence? Well, the defense doesn't have to prove anything, right? The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove that she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And they also have the added burden of proving that she was in her right mind and not suffering from psychosis when she committed these crimes. You never know how a jury is going to decide, and you never know what their deciding factors are. It is my opinion, and I'm sticking to this opinion. Some people have opined that there's not going to be a not guilty option on the verdict sheet. I fail to see how that could ever be a possibility under the Constitution. There are times when juries just disregard the law. It's called jury nullification. It's a real thing that happens. They don't need a reason for it. They can find a person not guilty if they just disagree with the law or for whatever reason they want. And we're not allowed to inquire about it. It's my opinion there's going to be a not guilty box, a guilty box, and then a not guilty or not criminally responsible box. The difference between the not guilty, no criminal responsibility is that she would be housed in a mental institution instead of prison. There have been cases like Aaron Spencer in Arkansas, whose case he was awaiting trial for murder. He killed the rapist of his 14-year-old daughter. His case was recently tossed and the charges were dismissed by the judge because they lost important evidence in the case involving the dash cam of the rapist of the daughter. He was 67, the daughter was 14. It was a horrible case. They lost the dash cam and or the SD card in there that would have shown what was happening inside of this guy's truck that was kidnapping the daughter. So cases are dismissed for things like that. Another case that comes to mind was the Alec Baldwin trial in New Mexico. That case was thrown out by the judge in the middle of the trial because it came out that the prosecution failed to turn over certain material evidence to the defense. So those things can happen. Angie M., thanks for your 5, says, good morning from Twin Falls, Idaho. Thanks for covering this incredibly difficult case and pointing out the holes in the mental health system. Thank you. I'm learning a lot. Mrs. Aaron says, welcome to Massachusetts, home of Testify University. Remember our motto?
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see the sidebar?
Thank you, Susanna. The judge has some case law. It looks like he's got some papers in his hand. Show them the papers. Thanks, Susanna, for gifting. Dolt Keen says, everyone gets the book. You get a book, and you get a book, and you get a book. Thank you for your 5. My dog loves blueberries says, thanks, Melanie, for never shying away from these difficult cases. Appreciate you and the mods for all you do. Thank you so very much for your time. Sasha's dog mom says, is crushing on K-Red wrong? I'll allow it. Aquarius Magic says, fair to say, this is the best LawTube channel. Oh, thank you. I love you. I'm Aquarius too. Ruby says, highly recommend. Comedian Maria Bamford, comedian and mental health advocate, suffers from bipolar, horrendous, intrusive voices since childhood. Great explanations of mania, psychosis, voices, etc. Thank you very much. I'm not familiar with her, but I'll check it out when I have time. Banner says, my father, a retired, well-known psychiatrist, always says, real men cook with charcoal. Same with my dad. Jean Taggart says, in my opinion, Lindsay's practitioners failed her. However, her attorney Reddington's mission to fight to be her voice and expose why this tragedy occurred. Yes, that's his mission. I agree.
Court, all right. Jurors enter.
All right, so we don't know what the judge decided, but the jury's coming back.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Reddington.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan. Yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay.
That's a big win. That's a big win for the defense. The judge allowed it. The judge allowed it. You had a conversation with the lead investigator, case officer, customer service rep, whatever you want to call them in Massachusetts now, Trooper Joshua McElligan, that the Commonwealth theory was going to be that Lindsay was told that she was hearing voices by Dr. Zeisel. Let's take it back and listen to that one more time, because that is a very big win for the defense. And this trooper is not risking his career by lying about this.
Is that, or perhaps more than one, told you.
Here it is.
And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed.
People are saying, why is that important? That's important because the Commonwealth is trying to show, they need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was in her right mind at the time that she committed these crimes. She says she heard a command hallucination, a voice telling her it is time to kill the children. You need to kill the children now so that you can kill yourself. The Commonwealth is saying that's fake. That's not real. Dr. Zeisel told her to say that if she said that, maybe she would be found not guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. Here's what you got to say to get out of this. And this trooper is telling us that's the reason they called him to testify. And this trooper is telling us, well, I knew about this because I had a conversation, at least one conversation with the lead investigator, that was going to be the theory. This is very, very huge. And you can trust me when I tell you that Reddington will tie this up into a bow for you. And he's likely got other evidence that she talked about the voices or intrusive thoughts. Remember the intrusive thoughts? Before she ever met with Dr. Zeisel.
observed Lindsay after the
Correct.
when you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. You're still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember where her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
Don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2 though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Well done.
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospitals. That's it, right?
Objection.
Sustained. All right.
It's beyond the
All right,
scope.
anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Karen says, no coming back from this prosecutor. Once you show yourself to be untrustworthy in front of a jury, it's really hard to get them back. We have a little room to scooch here. There's a priest sitting with the Clancy, Lindsay's parents, with the Clancy parents. I didn't realize there were more rows behind the door. I did not know that there was more seating behind the door of the courtroom. Look at that. Second row. There's a second row. This might be LATIESHA Dukes. We'll see.
That microphone, okay? Morning. All right, thank you. Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is LATIESHA Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
LATIESHA.
How do you spell Dukes?
DUKES.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection.
He's like, enough with the leading. We've all had enough with the leading. But in the meantime, let me just thank Unbanned Karen for gifting 10 memberships, and also Patches for Cupcakes gifted 10 memberships. Thank you.
To laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do.
She didn't bring her notes, and that's good. I mean, they should have a copy. The ADA should have a copy for her. This is her witness.
I can approach page by page. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine.
So unprepared.
So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page. Page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Tearful.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also in this assessment assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
She was worried about her infant and an addiction to Ativan. Was she worried about the addiction, or is she saying she did have an addiction to Ativan? But you see the ADA is just going to gloss right over that. She's just going to blow right past it. Let me hear that again.
content, worry about her infant, and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
Oh.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
Not wanting to be here.
Or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
Not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live. But she had no plan. We heard a lot about no plan yesterday. Unless you have a plan in Massachusetts, you can't get an inpatient stay anywhere. She told everyone, yeah, seems that way. But she's referring to those as passive thoughts. I submit to you that people who have a plan are not going to seek help. Once you have a plan, I think maybe you just want to execute your plan and you're not going to be calling suicide hotlines or going to therapy because you've already made the decision. So maybe something needs to change about intervention or inpatient stays or access to treatment when you have thoughts of no longer wanting to be here, but you don't exactly have a plan on how you're going to do that, right? I think once you have a plan, it can take seconds, right? And you're not going to be calling the suicide hotline if you have a plan. I don't know. Is it me?
And is that to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan?
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
Oh, so you didn't think that she had a problem with the Ativan, or was she
and
just,
as far as her express,
was she just worried about becoming addicted to Ativan? Because she did an assessment and she didn't see that she had a substance use issue. So again, there goes the Commonwealth's theory of Lindsay Clancy being a drug seeker. Huh. Another plan bites the dust. Another theory bites the dust. How many theories have bitten the dust so far for the Commonwealth? I'll have to make a list. Thank you, Chastity, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing.
concern to you
And with any substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
It's like whack-a-mole at this point. Yeah.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan?
Okay, to everybody out there who says Lindsay Clancy was never diagnosed with postpartum, there it is from LATIESHA Dukes right out of her mouth. Her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety. She also talked about it a lot with Nurse Chalada. That's the whole reason she went to see her, Nurse Paul.
For her.
My recommendation.
And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure.
Okay, we're on December 5th.
That's fine.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend, she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
That's the suicide hotline. She called it over the weekend. They met with her virtually and said, sorry, we can't help you because you don't have a plan. Intrusive thoughts. She's calling them intrusive thoughts. Could it be hearing voices? And that's just the way she phrased it. She's telling them everything. So I don't know how the Commonwealth is even attempting to use a theory that Lindsay Clancy was faking that she was suffering from postpartum, because it's everywhere. They've called every single witness who is only solidifying that fact. Now I think they're going to try and point out that she was a non-compliant patient because you told her to come every week and she didn't come every week, did she? So she's non-compliant. Again, so it's her fault, her fault, her fault. And I'm not saying that Lindsay Clancy is not responsible for what happened to those children, but whether she's responsible for what happened to those children, and she did it because she admits it in her lawsuit that she did it, and whether she's criminally responsible are two completely different issues. And I don't see how any of this testimony is helping the Commonwealth at all. They've got the burden to prove that she was criminally sane at the time of the incidents.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay.
Continuous intrusive thoughts, constant intrusive thoughts, ruminating, obsessing, obsessive thoughts that won't go away. Continuous intrusive thoughts. What does that indicate? Is that part of mania? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Rhonda gifted 5 memberships. She's amazing too. Thank you. Continuous intrusive thoughts. Put a pin in that.
It was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
From that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing them.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th, via telehealth, did somebody...
She only had continuous intrusive thoughts about not wanting to be here and wanting to die, but she didn't express to you that she wanted to take her own life. So we don't consider that to be a suicidal ideation. I think they're really splitting hairs right now. The whole state of the mental health industry has me shooketh right now.
Anybody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this, remember, is December 5th. Children were killed January 24th. JK says maybe her botched attempt is proof that she didn't have a plan, and why having a plan shouldn't disqualify
Yes, her
someone.
husband joined the visit.
Shouldn't disqualify someone from receiving treatment. Thank you. Agreed.
Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay, smart choice.
And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second.
Patrick was at this meeting and it was virtual. Deep breaths, everyone. And hugs for all, says Patches for Cupcakes. I think we needed that. Cosgrove's Velcro sneakers
Presentation overall, was it with?
says McLean saved my wife's life 25 years ago. Maybe they've gone downhill since then. Thank you.
Her presentation overall, was it within normal limits? She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Happy birthday, Mazela.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Emily C. says, my great-grandmother took her life at McLean in the 40s. Maybe 20 years ago was the peak. I'm so sorry, Emily. I had no idea.
Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Was that, had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women.
That's interesting. The women, the baby can come with you to the program. That's what Patrick Clancy's foundation is trying to start or trying to build, is an inpatient place for moms and babies to come postpartum and when they need help. Again, she's referring to the continued suicidal ideation. Continued. It's continuing. And she's using, she is saying passive. And crisis intervention. Even though they didn't intervene, she called the suicide hotline twice. They didn't really intervene, so it's not really intervention. If they just tell you, feel better, call back when you have a plan.
Women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on.
Thank you, Surf, for your 20. Appreciate you so much. Yes, women and infants was where she was turned away.
Yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at the time.
And
Sorry, I was talking. Women and infants is where she was turned away because she was on too many drugs, and they said the drugs are causing your depression.
So yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation.
Continued.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Stop hanging on your plan, because there isn't a plan until there was a plan. And when there was a plan, the plan was also to kill the 3 children. Why are you defending the medical providers? Your case is not here. Your job is not to defend the medical providers. Your job is to prove to this jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was not suffering from psychosis or some sort of mental break when she did this, and that she knew what she was doing and she was able to stop herself. That is your job. Harping on the lack of plan is not helping you. There wasn't a plan until there was. Am I overreacting? Sometimes people say I overreact.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your 3rd time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Remember what Reddington also said yesterday on Cross? He said, yeah, she called that suicide hotline, right? They told her they couldn't help her, right? Yeah. And they told her that they were going to send her some resources, right? Yeah. But they never did. They never followed up and sent her any resources. Nope.
And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
The witness's name is scrolling along the bottom of the screen, and it's also in very large font on the Law and Crime feed. And it also says where she works in case you ever go out and come back.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13 at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
He's like, I don't know what you mean by page 13.
Here. Once. I know those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has. It's December 19th. The last page of her notes.
It's this one here, right?
Yeah.
They are
There should be 3 pages.
coordinating page numbers, the attorneys.
What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure.
She was able to smile and laugh. Was that the first time anybody ever saw her smile and laugh? Because that's what it sounds like to me. If she wrote it down in her notes, it was unusual. Did anybody order a sleep study? I don't know. That's a great question.
There's four notes.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police, section 12 or safety?
Hold on. Good. We'll ask that and then we'll.
She called the police? Hold on. Reddington jumped up too. Hold on. I just woke up.
That be for higher to, and did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police, section 12 or safety?
Hold on. Good. We'll ask that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
As what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you.
They went to the
I
science
need to have a
museum.
moment to put these back together.
They went to the science museum and the water slide. So that means that she was totally fine.
The delayed morning break at this point. So I hope it'll be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes.
Cross will be after the break.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Please go.
I can see what you were.
Yeah, I just have to put them back together because they're a little out
A
of
hot mic. I love a hot mic. Reddington has pointed out many times that he's just a one-man band. He has a son, Patrick, who's also a lawyer that sometimes gets some coffee, but other than that, he has one paralegal
We'll
and
be in a
everything
short
himself.
recess this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are a little bit behind, so we may be able to scooch right past the break. Except they're not back yet, so that's a win for us because we get to answer some questions and listen to some and read some of your comments. Samantha said, petition to publicly praise this sergeant for being honest. Yes, I think I did. I was very, pleasantly surprised that he was willing to tell the truth. Thanks for your 5. M. Swarrior said, did you see Kevin Reddington's huge smile at the end? You mean after he crossed the trooper? I did not, but I'll take a look. Julie said, I'm so glad you decided to continue watching this case after openings. Mel, thank you so much. I love it here. Me too. Me too. It's important. It's important. Jen Devine said, are the prosecutor's sisters? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Thanks for your 5. Kelly says, I know too many people who took their own lives, and not once did I think I knew that was coming because they told everyone they had a blinking plan. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm so sorry. Vanita Man said, do we believe this ADA screened any of these witnesses? I don't think that they prepped any of them. Maybe a couple, but it seems like that's why they're leading, because they're leading them into the answer through the records. They've been getting a big spanking so far from K Red. Thank you for your 5. Julie wants to know if the hotline's on the witness list. I looked and I didn't see any witnesses from Aspire on the witness list, so I don't think so. Holly says, I wonder if she has OCD. Before my meds, I had this exact same thing come out of nowhere, and it's horrifying. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if she's ever been diagnosed. Taylor says, Attorney Little, you're absolutely correct. The plan is a false metric, and navigating A mechanistic digital age system is increasingly alienating and demoralizing, which adds to angst and isolation. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you. You know, the click down boxes, the not being able to put anything else in the notes, the lack of choices that some of these providers, at least Tufts, I mean, that was the system they used, right? She had to click something from a drop down box. Make it make sense, especially in something like psychiatry, where you should be keeping notes that may not fall into a distinct check down box. Big Hoss said, hair bow makes Baby Shark look like a genius. Oh, if you know, you know. Thanks for your 5. Rochelle said Reddington is going to eat her up. Hi, Melanie. Lots of love from South Africa. I think this is it this witness that you're talking about? Thank you very much for tuning in from South Africa. The world is watching. Everyone's here from all the countries. Susan J says, so one must strictly follow a script in order to get hotline help. Seems like it. Might drive someone deeper. Twilight Zone, anyone? Yes, we have Twilight Zone emojis for that. Members, throw some Twilight Zone emojis in the chat. New York Moms says, those of us with mental health issues often give up on meds, helping them be fully functional and settle for a state that allows us to function at a bare minimum. That's terrible. Thank you for your 10. Millie Marvin says, interesting how SI, but no plan is clinically dismissible. I wonder how quickly they'd act if someone said they were thinking about hurting their kids, but had no plan. Food for thought. Right. Yes. Michelle, thank you. Thank you for your Venmo. She says, thanks for covering this case. Reddington is a slicer, dicer, and finisher. Thank you, Michelle. Beth, thank you for your Venmo. Says, I'm enjoying your coverage of the Clancy trial. Thank you. And Lisa says, thanks for being here. Thank you, Lisa. And Tammy says, thanks for all you do. You guys are amazing. That's a great point. Andrea, does the Commonwealth get all of Lindsay's records with Dr. Zeisel, even if he's actively treating her? That's a great question. They're entitled to a report from him and what he's going to testify to, but I don't know if they're entitled to his patient notes. And we won't know until he testifies about whether he's actively treating her. But I do think that Kevin Reddington said that at one of the pretrial hearings that we covered. That's a great question. And I don't know the answer to it. So I won't make it up, but we'll find out. Adil Cove says, here's a 20-pound super sticker. Thank you very much. Brummy says, we may complain about it, but after listening to these people, I thank God we have our NHS, National Health Service, here in the UK. Yeah, you guys treat it a lot differently over there. Patches for Cupcake says, remember, not all doctors are bad. My doctor at South Shore was fabulous. My surgery was extensive. They always kept in touch for my mind and body. No, it's true. We can't generalize about any category of profession. Not all doctors are bad. Not all lawyers are bad. Not all law enforcement is bad. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. Donna, Texas Red says, what entity is setting the standards for state hospital admissions? Insurance companies, she says. Thank you, Donna. Danny, welcome. JJ says, my brother took his life. I'm so sorry. And we were so worried for weeks prior until the day before when he became very peaceful. We mistakenly took a sigh of relief while he took his life that night. My heart breaks for you, JJ. My heart breaks for you. And that is apparently very common, that sometimes people have a lot of happiness on the day that they're going to execute the plan, if they have a plan, because they know that peace is coming soon. Taylor says, elocution should be a required course for all. Clarity and concision are important for psych professionals, ADAs, and everyone. No ums, deflections, or gaslighting about it. Yeah, I think all trial lawyers, not everybody wants to be a trial lawyer, okay? It's a very specific set of skills that you need to have. Many people who are trial lawyers don't even have those skills, but you should at least take courses in public speaking, even maybe acting classes to kind of get your chops before you bore people to death, and or have some speech patterns that annoy people in my chat. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Taylor, for your time. Jane says, it's refreshing as a Massachusetts resident to finally see an MSP officer have some integrity on the stand. Love your content and expertise. #grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Attorney Wannabe says, did any medical provider actually ask Lindsay about the actual details of her intrusive thoughts? Seems like, she just didn't want to be there anymore. She didn't want to be here anymore. Didn't want to be alive, but didn't have a plan. That's really they're all saying the same thing. Probing might have been a good thing. Welcome to membership, Scott Messerschmidt, who's also been a moderator since the beginning of time. Nervous in Norfolk says Lindsay's words Lindsay's words like, I don't want to be here, and quote, fear of SI is Lindsay walking the line between please help and don't take my kids. A very scary line to walk, in my opinion. That is such a great point. Such a great point. And I said this in, I think, my Instagram reel, and that I clipped from one of the days of testimony, is that don't you think that sometimes mental health professionals need to read between the lines, and that they need to be capable of doing that? And maybe Dr. Jennifer Tufts wasn't quite yet at the level of enough experience to be able to do that, or to even think about doing that, despite her Ivy League education at Cornell. I would think that very seasoned psychiatrists and mental health providers might be better equipped to do something like that. And here, Dr. Mark Maxwell is a doctor in psychiatry. He says this is alarming, and it's the very reason that people don't come to get help. Why wasn't this woman never inpatient? She tried. They wouldn't accept her. She went to McLean on a holiday. She went into McLean. Well, she went to the emergency room where they transported her to McLean on New Year's Eve. And it was over a weekend too. So you got the holiday and the weekend. It was a skeleton crew. She didn't really get any services or any help. So she checked herself out after 4 or 5 days so that she could go to her daughter Cora's birthday party. And people are blaming her for that too. She shouldn't have checked herself out. And it wasn't AMA. It was voluntary. McLean is supposed to be the top hospital in the country for mental health. It's a Harvard hospital. And that's the kind of care that she got there. The judge has not decided on TikTok Emily yet, as far as I know, but he did say that he was inclined to voir dire her. So that will be something that will be upcoming. So Dr. Mark Maxwell, I'm very interested in your thoughts here. I don't know where you practice, but is it required in your jurisdiction or wherever you are licensed for a patient to have a plan to take their own life to receive inpatient services? Jessica also said, as a mental health provider, I am right there with you on the broken mental health system. There are a lot of you in the chat. Joanna the Greek says, yes, please, Dr. Maxwell, tell us. We're waiting for them to come back from the morning break. Candace says, if all I was doing was coloring and playing with clay, I'd check myself out too. I think they're back because the camera's shaking. Again, the Commonwealth has a plan, but they're not executing it, says the Ingolf girl.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Bring the jury. This will be LaTiesHA Dukes cross by K-Shred, as I have dubbed him. I think he would like it. Please smash the like button so that more people can find our stream. I would really appreciate it. Only takes a second. It's courteous. There's 18,000 people watching. We have 5,700 likes. If we get to 10,000 likes, I'll do a merch giveaway at the end of the day. And anybody who's participating in chat will be entered to win. You can opt in at the end of the day. So let's get to 10,000 likes.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
Yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just.
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh, I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and
That's crazy. She could not look at the records from Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada, even though they all work at South Shore Perinatal. That's wild to me. Listen to that again.
for example, on the second, couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh, I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to South Shore Health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records.
I did not look at the records.
Oh,
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second.
clinicians in the chat, would it be good practice to review the notes before you see the patient from the other providers in your practice?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous actually about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes.
That's wild to me.
Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts.
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize.
Oh, did somebody change the records? This is interesting too. Remember what I told you about medical malpractice case and how sometimes records are altered when people get sued? I'm not saying that's what happened here, but
Current functioning, right? Okay. And then
now he's comparing his records with hers.
behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second
said
par-
Dr. Tufts?
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that
They
she
found
was
it.
prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist. And further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication. Yes.
All right. In the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay. She then explained that, she had issues with the sleep and she started having heart palpitations and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a?
They're comparing
record of
records
sexual
again.
health? It talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order here.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, that's no problem, that's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days, is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer
Wanting
wanting
to kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay.
It could mean anything. It could mean like, I no longer want to be here in this office with you. I no longer want to be on my television screen talking to you. Or does it mean no longer wanting to be alive? Passive. It's passive suicidal ideation. Yes. LaTiesha Dukes, LMHC, is a defendant, a named defendant in Lindsay Clancy's malpractice lawsuit, second amended complaint. In case you're getting documents, make sure you get the second amended complaint because that's the one that governs right now. Second amended complaint was filed May 19th, 2026 in Norfolk Superior Court. She is a named defendant. I'll tell you who the named defendants are just so you can put a pin in this for future. Lindsay Clancy versus Jennifer Tufts, Aaliyah Goodhart, Zobia Diaz, MD, Elizabeth Madva, MD, Rebecca Gelada, Julie Paul, LaTiesha Dukes, Astra Mental Health Systems, South Shore Health System, the McLean Hospital Corporation, DBA McLean Hospital, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. As of the second amended complaint, those are the defendants. But nobody no longer wanted to be here. Apparently could mean anything.
On the earth? That she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess what, on the earth?
No longer wanting to be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Good. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think the jury's feeling a little bit hoodwinked again by the ADA who didn't finish the sentence? Feels like she doesn't want to be here and doesn't care? Are they feeling hoodwinked? Yeah, listen to that again. That's what the ADA read to you.
It's like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Feels like she's going to die. That's the only thing that the DA read.
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset, says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety. So it started within the first 3 months. Okay.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety. Is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that
I don't know. Is that part of mania? Being obsessive, having obsessive thoughts that something's going to happen to your baby?
time, the children were 4, 3. What does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know.
She was sleeping with her
And I know
mom.
it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Confusion?
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay. And this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce.
The devil's lettuce has entered the chat. Reefer Madness is here. Remember, the Commonwealth tried to tell the jury that she was drinking 5 times a week, 2 drinks a night. 5 times a week. LATIESHA took better notes, and it says that her last drink was in October of 2019. Thank you, Mac and Khaleesi, for gifting 5 memberships. It's raining memberships today. Her last drink was in October 2019. Let's hear that again, a little bit louder for the people in the back.
Was in October.
What she said about alcohol.
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay. And this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would
And that's not uncommon. Many people self-medicate.
be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How
Devil's-
about that?
That is.
Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments.
Yes, I'm taking it.
That's okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation.
A marijuana gummy.
If you have that, make sure we have it.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize. If you just keep your voice, you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep.
Kai Lad, 1414. Thank you for your 10. Sandy gifted membership. Thanks, Sandy. Don't forget, if we get to 10,000 likes, we're going to do a merch giveaway
I'm sorry, it's under risk assessment.
at the end of the day.
Okay.
If we get there
see
before
protective
lunch,
factors, but I don't see risk.
if we get to 10,000 likes before lunch, we can do a merch giveaway at lunch too.
Risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked me about that, at that point that she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
Permission granted to use the sigh emoji for Kevin Reddington's frustration. Granted.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you. If
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
That's what the ADA does all the time.
On that day, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes, partial hospitalization program,
IOP,
intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes,
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according
Yes.
to your notes, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
She's the
yeah.
one.
So that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes,
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes,
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when
No.
recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
She's the
unless
therapist.
it's, there's another intervening period.
so there's December 12th and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes,
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
yes,
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
yes,
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
yes,
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
yes,
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with a clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said,
And that's the suicide hotline, folks. If you weren't here yesterday, Aspire is the 24/7 crisis intervention suicide hotline. They met with her virtually and told her they couldn't help her because she didn't have a plan. I want to take it back
In
because what was the
addition
date?
Told,
she met with the Aspire clinician, crisis supply, right?
yes,
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
yes,
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with a clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes,
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right.
Fantastic. You call the suicide hotline, you meet with them virtually. They say, we can't help you. You don't have a plan. We'll send you some resources on what to do, but they never sent her the resources.
So
Reddington is standing next to the witness at the witness box. And while he asks her questions, per usual, he watches the jury. He looks at the jury instead of the witness. It's a masterclass in trial lawyering.
she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, is a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that again.
Yep, thank you.
next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
Babes for Mom gifted 5 memberships, and Patches for Cupcakes gifted a membership. Welcome to all the new members. Think you're going to like it here? Thank
I
you.
don't see the 12th in here.
Okay.
He's got to traipse back up to the witness stand again.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure, yeah. Yeah, if I could just say it.
Interesting, because the ADA, who likes everything in evidence, has not entered into evidence yet. She says everything in evidence except for apparently the records of South Shore Perinatal. Catherine Smith wants to know if couldn't Patrick have gotten a court order to admit her to inpatient? I'm not quite sure how that works in Massachusetts, but I don't think he would have qualified to be able to do that. But I'm sure she voluntarily checked herself into McLean. She just couldn't get in anywhere. Catherine Smith says, my husband, an attorney, had a court order to admit me due to PPD and alcohol use. Yeah, I don't know if you're in Massachusetts. I don't know if he got some sort of guardianship order. You know, that's a separate civil proceeding. Thank you, Catherine. Patty says, retired nurse here. Haven't heard anything about referring Lindsay for spiritual care. Huge part of wellness. People in this day and age, please do not neglect spiritual care. It's most effective. And from what I understand, they're very religious. There is a priest sitting with her parents in the gallery. So I just don't know. Peach Milkshake says the records she has are reds. Remember, I don't think it's comparing. His pages are just out of order and not numbered. It could be. We're a little bit behind, so we have room to scooch here.
December 12th. Do you have December 12th? Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were
Right.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
Did you catch that? She contacted Aspire twice, not once, twice. Both times they couldn't do anything for her. He walked away from the mic. Can you guys hear it okay? Because I keep boosting it when he walks away from the mic. I don't know if it's just me that can't hear it. But this is important, so I'm going to make it louder for people in the back.
Contacted crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were
Right.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And
She contacted them 2 times over the same weekend. 2 times over the same weekend.
she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2 and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Oh,
Would you be surprised?
how she doesn't know why she wasn't accepted to the program? Really? He just called Dr. Tufts the other one, by the way. Did you catch that? The other one, Dr. Tufts. She doesn't know why she was rejected from the program, but he's going to tell her. Aspire, shockingly, is not a defendant, according to Lindsay Clancy's second amended complaint. Shockingly. No, they're not sued as Pre-Spring either. I read the defendants to you a few moments ago. Unless they're affiliated with South Shore, Astor, McLean, or Women and Children and Women and Infants. Okay, here you go.
In there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was overmedicated?
Repeat the question.
Repeat the question. They couldn't take her because she was overmedicated. Aspire or expire? Well done. Nervous in Norfolk. Sometimes we have to laugh. Wow. Repeat the question. Absolutely. Let's let the jury hear that again. They couldn't help her out because she was overmedicated.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was overmedicated?
Wow.
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that because their opinion was that she was suffering from an overmedication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Remember, Nurse Gelada said she never got a message from them. She never got a message from them. I didn't know that they called me. I didn't get a message from them. And that could be true. I don't know. Last time she saw Lindsay was December 19th.
And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's for
Yes,
sure.
we were in communication.
All right.
Butt
You're
dials?
familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
What? Edinburgh, but that's okay. This is the US. Not everyone can pronounce it properly. She doesn't even know that it was given to her. Wasn't it Gelada who was doing it? It's in the records of your own facility. And she did it at least 3 times that we know of. That is the screening test for postpartum depression and anxiety and psychosis. Even I know at this point. I think it's out of a scale of 30, and she scored something like 21 at one point.
Have Edinburgh scale? You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Oh.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
No coordination of care in the same facility?
Excuse me for 1 minute.
Sorry. It feels like we're watching a civil trial and not a criminal trial to me. Because this is all about the failures of the system and the failures of the providers and the negligence. It's negligence. Some could say it's malpractice. I'm not saying that she needs to know these things. You're right. She's a licensed mental health counselor. But I would submit to you that in good practice, it would be helpful, maybe necessary, and very important to at least review the notes from the other people in your practice who are treating your same patient.
Had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me. So I just need a second. I apologize.
We got time. Rosemary Scapiccio trying the civil case will be years down the road. They will likely settle that case.
I get it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety.
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right?
Kevin Reddington is educating the jury through this witness, even though this witness doesn't really know what he's referring to or even that this is accurate. And I'm shocked that the ADA is not even objecting to this. He's educating the jury. He has the way of making every single witness his own. And this is just another example of that.
Postpartum blues. One sounds like something is then divided into 3 categories.
I'm learning a lot.
One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues.
Baby
Do you agree with
blues.
that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she?
She didn't suggest feelings of worthlessness when she said she no longer wanted to be here and that she wanted to be dead and she didn't care. That's not feelings of worthlessness. Guilt about anxiety about the baby. He'll get into it, I'm sure.
Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were you,
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could
Yes.
not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
She wasn't aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or
I'm-
could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most.
If your mind has started to wander, come back. He's going to tell us everything about postpartum psychosis without even needing the witness to testify. Maybe this is why he hasn't objected to all the leading that the ADA has been doing, because he knew he was going to do this. He's essentially testifying by asking these questions, which are really statements, which is really knowledge that he's laying on the jury. I'll give you a moment to come back. Shop and Tan for me. Thank you for your very generous $100 super chat. It says, I can't express how much I love and appreciate your hard work and coverage. Suffered from mental illness for 40 years, including postpartum in the 80s. I'm praying that Lindsay gets help. God bless her and everybody who still suffers. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you. Thank you.
Third category, right? Postpartum psychosis. That's now we get to postpartum psychosis.
Here we go.
That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Bringing Fenway Park into it and the Yankees and the numbers. 74 women in a full Fenway Park playing the Yankees would have postpartum psychosis. Think about that. Listen to that again. There's a reason why he's always one of the best, considered one of the best defense attorneys in Massachusetts. Maybe in the country after this trial, because the world is watching now. Not a lot of people watch the Tuerk trial, I submit to you, or not a lot of people remember he defended Whitey Bulger's girlfriend maybe 15 years ago. It just hits you out of nowhere quick, right? I don't think psychosis comes on gradually, quick, in an instant, in a day, in an afternoon. In the 20 minutes that your husband is gone to pick up dinner and Pedialax. And that's 74 women too many. That's right, plate. Plato. What's that again?
2 out of 1,000 people seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd? Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean, slow clap.
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
Bow down to the great Kay Shred.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paula or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this
No, I
visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
It can also be a red flag.
When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. LATIESHA, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So if the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean
You told her to exercise. That's why they went to the water park and the science museum. Well done. Commonwealth is trying to say they had all that surveillance footage that they pulled of Lindsay interacting with her children at the water park, on the water slide, at the science museum, going around doing the exhibits. You told her to exercise, didn't you? Oh, wow. And he only thought about this on recross. Hold on. He's dismantling every brick in the Commonwealth wall. Dismantling. Just another brick in the wall is what he's doing. Brick by brick. Rewind that.
is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So if the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
Yeah. Look at his face.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her? If you're telling me that, you know, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising? And if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about the patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising. And then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that?
Looking at the jury.
Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Clinician, maybe you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay. Got it.
Nowhere in here.
Let me see, please.
Nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing. He's like, give me the note. He's going over to Ms. Buckingham and he's like, give me the note. Like a surgeon. Cut for the very first time. I mean, we got a little Madonna, we got a little Pink Floyd in here, we got it all. Look at how he grabs the paper and walks over. I hope there's some law students watching this because you can learn so much from watching good trial lawyers. We need 10,000 likes. And if we get 10,000 likes, we're going to do a merch giveaway. Please smash the like button. Even if you don't want the merch, somebody else might. And you're helping out a friend.
But in fact, she did.
I rewound it a bit.
And you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay.
Here he goes. He's going,
Got it?
marching over.
Let me see, please.
He's like, Buckingham, you work for me now.
Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to K Shred's barbecue. Hope you enjoyed the ribs. He was gentle with her, though.
All right, Como, do you want to call your next witness?
I'm also call Cameron DALEY as its next witness, please.
He was more gentle than I might have been. That's why he's the man. He's the master. Cameron DALEY coming to the stand. That is how it's done. That is how it's done. Oh, we need only like 500 more likes. We're up to 9,500 likes, you guys. Keep it coming. Keep them coming.
solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant class will be the truth, the whole truth.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron DALEY,
And how do you spell your first name?
CAMERON,
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
DALEY.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department,
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, two.
Two?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay. And you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. May
You were
step
going
down.
to
Thank
what? Guard a woman who was tied to the bed? I mean, come on.
you. All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, you probably know what I'm going to say. No, talk about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour, just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourselves in
What was the point of that?
This public
What was the point of that witness? He guarded the door from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. He wasn't even there when Dr. Zeisel was there. So what was the point of that witness? Did she just choke? I don't know.
All right, Council Fair, just for 1 second, sidebar, just for a minute.
All right, we made it to 10,000 likes. We're going to do a merch giveaway. Anybody who wants to be entered in the merch giveaway, all you got to do is say something in the chat. Say anything in the chat. Say hello. Tell us where you're watching from. If you are a winner of the merch giveaway, you have, and only if you are the winner, you would need to be willing to give me your name, address, and phone number so that I can have the merch sent to you. So if you do win and you're not willing to do that, just write to me and tell me you're not willing to do that. And then I will exclude you from winning. But in the meantime, you don't even know it, but I've been collecting comments. Try not to comment more than once because I don't know, it might exclude you if you comment more than once. I don't think so, though. Let's see if they've got anything more to say before they go to lunch. They're at sidebar. For the moment, anyway. See? Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Let's keep it up in case they come back. Cat Q said, in my opinion, she and the children and her family could have been saved. She was begging for help. So sad. I think a lot of us feel that way. Miss D. Bates is here. She says, aspire to conspire. Thank you for your super chat. Alicia says, he is the Yoda of his craft. SKH, you guys are killing me with these usernames. No reason she couldn't have checked records after her assessment to see if they matched or differed. Why wouldn't she find a doctor's input important, right? They tried to rehabilitate her, and she said, I wanted a fresh set of eyes on this. A lot of us are not buying that. Hold, please. Julianne, thanks for your 10, says tele-TV, teleconference, television screen, computer, internet, telecomputer, telemedicine, all the ways I've heard. Telehealth today. RD, welcome. Charlie from Down Under says for 72 PPP, the 37,000 at Fenway Park would all have to be female and new mothers. Yes, that is true. Many of you pointed that out. And you are correct. But the Fenway Park example was amazing. If Fenway Park was full and they were playing the Yankees, it seats 37,700 people. If they were all postpartum women, 74 of them would suffer from postpartum psychosis. Ping the Awesome said, Q Tufts 2.0. We don't record everything. OMG. It's me, Andrea says, this isn't a trial. It was a setup. Thanks for being 27 months, girl. You're an OG, Andrea. RS, this is me, says, everyone was telling her you're not even good at S because you don't have a plan. Right. You're not even good at taking your own life because you don't have a plan. Until she had 3 and executed them. Failed. So jail. ADA is guilty by RI. ADA is guilty by reason of insanity. I think this is what you're saying. I'm not sure what you're saying. Drago's Pet Mouse says everyone hit the like button. We got there. We got to 10,000. We're going to do the giveaway in about 2 seconds. Overruled, sit down and said, I'm tired of hearing the plan and practical hospitalization. No one would take her. You're right. Anne is recovering from surgery, and she's very happy to be watching. Thank you, Anne. I'm sorry, Amy. Her name is Amy. Thank you, Amy. Tammy says, we're always supposed to call the helpline before we're in crisis, so you know how it works. Some have a bunch of questions before connecting, etc. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. Heather says her fixation of being addicted to the anti-anxiety seems irrational. So couldn't that be the sign of delusion? A sign of delusion? Another sign of psychosis? Yes. Jill says, thanks for your stellar coverage and insight. Betsy, XOXO, girl. Thank you so very much. Michelle says, go get some donuts. Thanks for covering this sad case. Reddington is a slicer, dicer, and finisher. Yeah, and I think we saw that today. I think we saw it today. Snazzy Trinket says, watching Reddington is like watching an artistic dance. He's always in motion, wowing the audience with his understanding, understated but crafty moves, never missing the beat of the music. I feel like that, right? Angela Sanders Books gifted 5 memberships because she's amazing. Blue Bow says that K-Shred is listening to K-Shred's like getting an extra diploma. It's amazing. UMass Debate says, reading the comments in the chat makes me realize why most people with a mental illness suffer in silence. So many uneducated opinions. Do better, people, please. There's also a lot of professionals in the chat as well. Thank you for your thoughts. I think from watching this trial, so many people will continue to suffer in silence because they are being told through every single witness who's being called to testify here that unless you have a plan, we're not going to help you. And anybody who tried to find a provider during the panty knows that it was virtually impossible. Right? Keep putting your comments in. So far we have, it says 1,640 entries. Only 1,640 people have put comments in the chat to be entered in the drawing. I'm going to let it catch up with itself for a minute. We're going to refresh the court feed now so we don't have this skipping issue. I wonder what the chat over there at Law and Crime is doing today. How vitriolic they're being and hateful. And if they're persecuting Patrick again. Effing again. All right, what should we give away? What's your favorite thing? If you have merch, what's your favorite thing? My favorite thing is the zip up hoodie. Let's give away, let's see what the front of this one looks like. All right, we're going to give away one of the Godfather zip up hoodies. Here's what it looks like, so you know. It's got me on the front with the Godfather logo with the marionette strings, and then on the back, it's got the Clemenza's meatball scene. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. All right, the white hoodie is your favorite. I'm going to let you, if you win, pick the color. Okay, you're going to be able to pick the color if you win. Comes in many colors. Okay, you need to get on the merch shop. If you win, pick your color and then let me know. Okay, this is for the hoodie. Oops, let's go back here. It's for the Godfather hoodie. Who's going to win? 1,900 people have entered. Put a comment in the chat if you want to enter to win. And I'll give you 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, the odds are pretty good because out of 18,000 people, only 1,968 have entered. Keep going. Keep going. Tessa says hello from Finland. See, Finland is here. Mrs. Bouquet is here from across the pond, just in case Mel needs another DoorDash. Thank you. Mary Always is a new member. Michelle Davenport says song Virtual Insanity. Jacqueline says shocking failures. My husband and I are watching horrified together. Thank you, lovely Melanie. Come on, we can get 20,000 likes. Keep going, says Wrestler's mom. Commonwealth Decoded says heartbroken. These 4 children and Lindsay. ADA is guilty by reason of insanity is sarcasm because their theory is insane. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Lonely Lark says if murder can be premeditated in minutes, then an S plan can be made in minutes as well, in my opinion. Yeah, clearly. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Thank you for your very generous super chat. Says, hey, Mel, I'm a bit behind, but I've been getting annoyed about the U.S. healthcare system for days now. In Germany, if you tell a doctor only once that you're having suicidal thoughts, you're admitted to a hospital straight away. No ifs, ands, or buts. I just, if you're willing to reach out for help and tell a doctor that you're thinking about these things, it's because you want help, in my opinion. It's because you're begging for help. Thank you. I agree with you. Germany is way ahead of us. Here we go. We're going to spin it. Ready? 2,200. I mean, maybe we should get to 2,207. Oh, it just went by. Let's get to 2227. When it gets to 2227, I'm going to hit go because, 227 and all. 221, 2222, 4, 8. We're done. Ready? Here we go. All right. Just remember, if you win, you have to send me, only email me if you win. Winner, Kit Kat, 22-ish. Kit Kat, 22-ish. You are the winner of a Godfather hoodie, the zip up. Please email me. And in the subject line, put your username at KitKat22ish. Winner hoodie. Go to my merch website, which is linked in the show notes below the video. We're going to do another one because I'm feeling generous today. Send me your size. Please look at the size chart. Send me your name, your real name, address, and phone number, your size, and your color choice. Okay? All right. And I'm feeling generous today. We're going to do 3 giveaways right now because you guys made it. You did it. You did 10,000 likes. And then at the end of the day, if we can get to, if we could get to 20,000 likes by the end of the day, I'll do another giveaway at the end of the day. All right. This time we're going for, let's see what we're going to give away this time. I like the trucker cap. Let's do the trucker cap. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. Trucker cap. You can pick your color. You can pick your color for this one too. Hold on, I'm going to show it to you before we go. If you've already entered, you'll still be entered. This is what it looks like. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. Comes in the light blue color. Comes in the black front. I'm sorry, that's navy front with the white back. It comes in all black, and it comes in black with a white back. All right. So this is the trucker cap, the Cancun trucker cap. And then we're going to take at least we're going to take a half an hour for lunch. If you don't like hats and you win David Reese, I'll give you something else. But who doesn't like a trucker cap? It's good for the summer because you can put your ponytail through it, and it's more breathable than a regular baseball cap. All right, let's do it again. Ready? We're up to 2,418 people. Ready? Drawing again. Drawing again. Good luck, everybody. Do 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 do. RBG 241. You're in here all the time. You're a winner. RBG 241. You are the winner of the Cancun trucker cap. Please send me your color. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. Send me the color of cap, your name, address, and phone number. And in the subject line, give me your username and winner trucker cap. Oh, you guys are saying I never win anything. All right. We'll do one more. What should we give away this time? What should we give away this time? Let's see. Let's see. We need to give away a Block Island t-shirt. Okay, we're going to give away a Block Island t-shirt. Here it is. Here's the t-shirt. On the front, it says Attorney Melanie Little logo. And then on the back, it says, Block Island is lovely this time of year. Block Island is lovely this time of year. And it's got a boarding pass. And it's got someone who kind of looks like me with a name tag that says Melanie. And it says Block Island on the ferry. Because if you know, Block Island is a real place. It comes in all these different colors. I think this color is pretty cool. This blue. This is my signature Tiffany blue, sort of. And any color pretty much that you want is here. Okay. All right. This is for the Block Island tee. See, not only do we get to watch the trial together, I get to bring us all down to earth and, hopefully ground you during this very upsetting trial that I didn't think I was going to cover in full initially, but you're here. And so I'm here. All right. Block Island t-shirt. Are you ready? set. Good luck, everyone. Go. Do 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 do. Oh, Zoe, I saw your name in there. Mary Ellen Harris. Mary Ellen Harris, you are the winner of a Block Island t-shirt. Congratulations. Congratulations. So Mary Ellen Harris, please email me, fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. If you forget, my email is in the show notes below this video. Subject line, color and size of the Block Island t-shirt that you want. Also in the show notes below this video is the link to the merch shop and 20% off everything today. 20% off everything. I use a third-party vendor, so it's up to them when to do it, but here it is. But if you want the 20% off, you got to make sure you click this redeem coupon at the top. Click redeem, and then you get your 20% off everything. They do ship to everywhere. So even if you are across the pond or somewhere else, they will ship it to you if it's something that you're interested in. Nobody likes a good sale better than I do. So I always like to tell you guys about the sales. Congratulations to Kit Kat, RBG, and Mary Ellen Harris, 3 winners of the merch giveaway. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, it is 1:25. We're going to take a half an hour break. I need to hydrate. So do you. So do the mods. And we will be back at about 5 till 2. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, Robin, thank you for your 50. Says, I hit the like and bought the pink Yacht Club hat, and I couldn't get back into chat yesterday. Also didn't get the discount. Well, that's weird. I don't know. Anthropology has sales, and then they don't have sales. Are you talking about the Anthropology hat that was linked to yesterday's stream? But I want to be the first officer on the Yacht Club, please. Was OYC with my cell phone. Thank you, Robin. Motion granted. Motion granted. You can be the first mate. All right. We will be back in 30 minutes from now. I don't know. Do you want me to play a little video for you while I go on lunch? And if so, what do you want to watch? Sometimes we have music on break, but I can't really play YouTube strikes music, so we can't really play music during the break. Let's see. If I spend too much time looking for it, I'm not going to get a break. And it has to be someone. You want Fervent? We can play Fervent, but it has to be something long enough. That's like a half an hour long. Let's see. Oh, all right. We can start this. This is, we're going to play half an hour of this, and then you can go over and watch the rest of it yourself. How about that? This is, do you want the best of Alan Jackson or the best of Robert Alessi? Which one would you like? I'm going to let you choose. AJ, I can't put in for a free membership. Oh, yeah. The memberships are gifted. They're randomly gifted by YouTube. Something peaceful would be nice. Yes, we need something peaceful. Oh, slow mode is on. I'll take it off for now, just for lunch. AJ, you want best moments of AJ? You got it. You asked for it. You got it. Mods, go take a break. I think the chat can self-regulate, right? For a little while. Can you guys please be nice to each other? Or the mods will be mad at me if you don't. Okay. But what you have to do if I'm going to play this for you is you're going to have to go over to Fervent's YouTube channel. Fervent's YouTube channel and sub up. All right. This is Alan Jackson's best courtroom moments. Brought to you by an amazing creator named Fervent. And here's the channel. Fervent. See it right here? Oops. Fervent. Okay, enjoy while I take a break for about 30 minutes. Oops.
We believe that we can unlock an iPhone with our ass. We believe that medical science is a bunch of crap. We believe that Sir Isaac Newton doesn't know shit about physics. We believe that Celebrite sometimes makes up timestamps but still is the best in the business. We believe that.
That reminds me that Ian Whiffen is on the Commonwealth witness list. Are they going to call him? And you just might have seen Dr. La Posada fly by. She's on the defense witness list. Fervent is so good. Bang, bang.
It is acceptable to rehome your family pet of 7 years. We believe that when we are harassed, that's the only time we shed real tears. We believe that we love John O'Keefe, but our group chat showed no compassion. We believe that sometimes you slip on ice and land on your knuckles. Don't you hate when that happens? We believe in providing law enforcement with specific text strings that make us look good and then destroying the ever-loving shit out of our phones. I'm not done. And then taking that destroyed phone and dumping it on a military base. Totally normal. We believe in manipulating people when they are most vulnerable. We believe we have to tell each other what to say to Channel 4, even though it's supposedly the truth. We believe that you're dumb enough to believe that John's injuries came from an SUV. We believe that if we put a billboard up, we can shift the narrative and point the finger back at the woman who was acquitted twice. We believe in disgracing the memory of a law enforcement officer and turning his tragic death into the biggest spectacle. Now shut up, look the other way, and give us money. Sincerely yours, the House defendants.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision.
So
Correct.
that's all to be
Correct.
reconstructed, with experts, and you can imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that may cost, just those experts alone.
It may not be just like ARCA.
Oh.
It may be ARCA. We'll see. We'll see.
I'll tell you who it won't be.
Who's that?
Aperture.
Oh, Christ almighty.
That I know it won't be.
No, it will. It will not be. It will not be Aperture. Bless their little hearts. No, they're not going to. No. Yeah. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not see any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Can you play that one more time, please? And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
more
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct? You've done no studies on hard ground, like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
Trying not to
If you could
look
go
at
back one slide.
He's trying so hard. Randy is mangled. Can we just say for what it is? Randy is actually mangled. You can't even make this up.
It really is like Monty Python.
It's
Piked?
waiting for the knight to come out with a shrubbery and a sword.
But you got no heart to know that.
Yeah, it is only a flesh wound.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct. Yes, I was aware of that.
Dr. Renshaw, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred. If the injuries don't match up, if you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision? Okay.
Sustained, you have to watch the film.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that. You're on this call.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine.
But you look at the prosecutor in the first trial, Adam Lally, and then the second one, Hank Brennan. I mean, you have to think these are reasonably intelligent people. So what are they? They know what they're up against. They know the cards they're holding.
They're there to win.
They're there just to get a win for the state and for law. That's it.
That's it.
Doesn't matter if that girl spends 20 years in jail.
If they
50.
had any other view of this, they could not morally have prosecuted this case. If they had any other view other than, I just want a scalp.
What would you have done if you were the prosecutor and they said, hey, Jackson, we need you to prosecute this case? Would you have looked at it and said, yeah, not doing it?
Absolutely.
Really?
I wouldn't have just said,
say no.
I wouldn't have just said, yeah, I'm not doing it. I would have said, this needs to be dismissed. And if you don't dismiss it, I'm going to dismiss it and I'll quit before I stay in an office that will prosecute this case. It was bullshit, and they knew it from the beginning. Both Adam Lally, I don't give him a single pass. Do I think he woke up in the morning deciding he was going to frame Karen? No, I don't think Adam Lally is of that ilk. But he absolutely knew well enough to know that this was not provable beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. Walk away. That is your job as a prosecutor. You are not supposed to prosecute a case that you don't, in your heart of hearts, believe that you can prove to an independent jury of 12 folks beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no way he woke up in the morning or went to bed at night thinking that he could prove this case, nor could Brennan.
These are morally compromised people.
100%.
If anything Mr. Brennan just said was true, he might have an argument. My goodness. It's important to get some of the facts right. You got to get some of them right. The conversation that he just referenced with Jen McCabe was the next day. It was the next morning, not minutes before the collision. He's read the every time he stands up, he says, I wasn't there. I read the transcript. We got to hold him to that burden, Your Honor. You got to get the facts right. That conversation with Jen McCabe was the next morning after John O'Keefe had been found, after he didn't come home.
I'm sorry. I just need to correct.
I'm sorry. I was talking to my client real quick. I'm not quite done. This was during the time after 5:07, after the SUV leaves, we see One Meadows and Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts get together. And as they're looking for them, as they're looking for him and searching for him, that's the point at which they have the conversation about being about some other woman, or why he might not have come home, or what her mindset might have been at the time. It's after the fact, well after the fact. The other issues concerning Karen Reed's statements about being upset, or in Gretchen Voss's words, were you pissed at him? It was in context of when. When were you upset with him? When he didn't come back out, when he didn't come back to the car. After she left, she was angry. That's where all the voicemails take place. That's what she was talking about, having been angry. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, no evidence in the record. I want to make this as crystal clear as I can. No controverted evidence, no suspect, no evidence at all that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had a single crossword that night before he ended up missing and she went home. Before he ended up walking out of the car, going toward the house, and she ended up leaving when he didn't come back out. Zero. The only evidence that was propounded throughout that entire day was hours and hours earlier that morning, dealing with Did you feed the kids donuts? And yeah, I did. You know, I don't like it when you feed the kids donuts. She was spoiling the kids. It was not enough to enrage anybody. It's ridiculous. And the evidence that it didn't enrage anybody is the fact that they ended up later that night together in a lovey-dovey environment, getting along fine, getting along wonderfully. That's why the Commonwealth cannot make their burden to establish that this was the type of information that she would have, by necessity, acted on, and not just acted on in any way, acted on in a way that's consistent with their theory that she would have received the information and murdered him for it. That's the hurdle over which the Commonwealth cannot leap for the admissibility of this type of evidence. It's far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. He really didn't talk about the metadata in his argument. He didn't talk about the metadata in his written presentation, his opposition, because he knows that we're entitled to it. That's all we're asking. One thing I really agree with him on, this is simple. This shouldn't be a fight. He's got video data. He's got metadata associated with that video data, and there's probably, maybe, log files. If there are, we're entitled to them, and he should want to give those over to us. He just indicated that this detective file, whatever it is a hard drive. Every electronic storage device has metadata on it. So even if it's a drag and drop, makes it sound super simple, that electronic drag and drop will have metadata associated with it. That hard drive, every time it's accessed and the data on it is accessed, also will have metadata. Euphemistically, it's called electronic fingerprints. Every single, whether it's a thumb drive, a hard drive, or a server, every one of them have metadata on it. So it's not difficult. And we're interested in the videos, but we're also interested in the data that is behind the videos as well. And I wouldn't be nearly so concerned. And Mr. Brennan makes this argument, well, the defense is just up here, you know, again, pontificating about how they've been oppressed, I think is his word. Nobody's talking about oppression. We're talking about fairness. We have been told from day one, before the first trial ever started, Your Honor, this court recalls this. We don't have any further video evidence. Whatever videos we have, we've given them over to you. Then on April 4th, in the shadow of the trial starting, we get more video. Where did that come from? Then in the middle of trial, we get more video. Happens to be an inverted video. Where did that one come from? Then on October 24th, we get more video. This past October 24th, well after the trial, we get more video of Brian Higgins out at the location of CPD on his phone. Where are these dribs and drabs of video coming from? That's all we're asking. And Mr. Brennan should want the
October 24th. Did that video come with the metadata?
No, it's just video. It's a video file.
There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case.
Juror interference, which is what we called it. These words matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second, because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolved the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers that are populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made No allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CD, a resume for him, and said, the greatest guy on the face of the earth. I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him. It wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. It appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know? How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who was then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's the commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual court's security, the personnel security, the party's security to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given.
It was reported in some news article that they're getting ready to file this defamation lawsuit before I even saw this filing. Now that I saw the filing, I can confirm it.
Right.
If this is accurate, of course, but I'm assuming it is that I just had one response. I've got 2 words.
I'll bet I know what they are. Yeah, do it. Do it. Knock yourself out. You
I
be
will
the best you can be. Yeah, I don't care.
All right.
An expert to bolster our argument. There's another word for that, or another phrase for that. It's called presenting a defense for someone charged with murder. He indicates, well, what are we going to do? This guy's going to get up there and testify. What am I supposed to do? Call a bunch of other Canton PD officers to talk about how great their investigative techniques were? Yeah, there's another word for that. It's called rebuttal. That's what you're supposed to do. And then he says, well, hang on.
You wouldn't be objecting if they called somebody in rebuttal to reinforce a great investigation?
Oh, no. Mr. Brennan said, what if I called a Massachusetts State Police officer to say that this was the best investigation ever? I have 2 words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that. I'd love a shot at that.
So I said, let's take personal.
That's not an invective. That's not a personal shot at Mr. Brennan. I'm just saying, do it. You want to call in another expert? That's a classic battle of the experts. That's fine. I'll put Mike Easter up against any expert they want to call. But the reality is, Your Honor, we're entitled to present a defense.
Who are you most looking forward to questioning out of all the bad apples?
Yes.
All of them. Jen McCabe?
Oh, I would relish the idea of having another conversation with Miss McCabe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
If she was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right,
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out have these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter a
yes or no?
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up.
when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up, we just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you're telling is just the truth, there's no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question, an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you. The evidence will show that the evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, "I hit him." Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him." The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this. In an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years long close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No, sir.
2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago.
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, "I hit him."
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better, or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
I'm back. And also, I forgot about how triggering this stuff is. Wow. It's so funny because I was kind of watching on my phone while I was having a little lunch downstairs. And it looks to me, and now I can't unsee it, as I'm looking at him sitting on the sand. I think this is Nuttall, right? It looks like he has a ponytail. Like if you look at this part of the back of his head. It looks like a ponytail. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's part of the judge's bench, but it kind of looks like a ponytail. So triggering. The Karen Reed trial will always have a special place in my heart because it's the first trial that I ever covered on YouTube, gavel to gavel. And twice, mind you, not just once, but twice. Please give everyone, please give Fervent a like and a sub. This video is 2 hours and 12 minutes long, so you can go back later and watch the rest of it if you like. But I'm glad that Fervent could entertain you over lunchtime and that Fervent allows me to play their content. So I forgot how triggering it was. I didn't even know, because I haven't watched this whole entire video yet, that Mark and I were in this video. That is actually one of our funniest bits. If you saw it, it was the Monty Python bit. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Bring me a shrubbery. If you know, you know, right? Yeah, he's amazing. Fervent is amazing. Can you see the ponytail now? Can you unsee the ponytail now? I also did a bad thing. I cheated on myself, and I went over to Law and Crime, and I was watching the chat. Wow, just wow. There's actually some friendly people in the chat. Maybe they don't know that we exist. But I feel bad for them because they're really getting attacked over there in that chat. And it's a little bit scary. All you got to do is just go there for a few seconds and you'll be so glad that you're here. Yeah, if she heard voices to kill her kids, why would she kill them in a brutal, horrifying way? That doesn't even make sense. It's crazy. Does anybody know what Lindsay Clancy's diagnosis is today? No, I don't. It's the Wild West over there. Nervous in Norfolk says, don't be fooled by the purple cupcake. Subscribe since before Karen Reed. Yeah, that's a new cupcake. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Love you. You might have changed your name. Shine on you crazy diamond says, what's more, health insurance is compulsory in Germany. Anyone who can't afford it gets it from the state. They used to have those programs here. Not so much anymore. Liz says, enter please. Robin, thank you for your 50. Wow. She says, I hit the like and bought the pink yacht club hat and couldn't get back into the chat yesterday. Also didn't get the discount. Oh, wait, we covered this early, right? But I want to be the first officer on the yacht club, please. It wasn't my discount, actually. It was Anthropology. Anthropology had a sale, and then maybe they took the sale down. I don't know. But when I put it up yesterday, I thought it was $25. I don't really know. Unfortunately, Anthropology doesn't give me a special discount. I wish they did, because I love their clothes and everything really at Anthropology. I'm an Anthropology girl. I actually rent a lot of my clothes from a company called Nuuly, N-U-U-L-Y. And I did refresh it earlier. Thanks, Charlie. I have a discount code for that below this video. If you want to join Nuuly for a month, I think you get something like $10 off your first month, and you get 6 pieces per month. Nuuly is owned by the Free People, Anthropology, Urban Outfitters company. And so it is all those kind of clothes that I really love, like boho stuff. You get 6 pieces a month for like $100. And then when you're done, you send them back. And it's great because it's great for the environment. It's great to try out styles you might not otherwise wear. And so I'm a big fan. So I got a discount code for that for you if you want. It's in the show notes below. But you absolutely can be my first mate because you're experienced. Oh, let me take down the fervent because I know you guys are going to do it. Kathy says, I just can't with these doctors. If a person has a plan, it's too late. At first, my thoughts were, how could a mother do this? Right. How could a mother do this? After hearing these doctors, I've changed my outlook. She was begging for help. I know. Listen, I've been very conflicted about this case from the beginning. As I told you, I can't wrap my brain around a mother doing this at all. And I, too, was not familiar with postpartum psychosis and the signs and the symptoms of it. And it's not like another case where maybe a defendant might have had no treatment for it and they just come in and say, I had postpartum psychosis. She had so much treatment for it. So much treatment for it. She was begging for help. And she couldn't get it. Thank you, Kathy, for having an open mind. A lot of people don't. And they're all over at Law and Crime. Maybe. Some of them are nice. I don't know why they stay there. They should come here. All right.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present excluding the jury.
All right.
This court is back in session. You may be
Back.
seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Of course. Tiny bit behind, I think. We'll refresh it one more time just for good measure. And we'll see if it prevents skipping. Zoe, our resident statistician, did tell me that it stopped. It didn't skip yesterday after we refreshed, so that was good. Salty Owl Almanac. Almost PPP odds to win the merch. Is that too dark? Yeah. Is it too soon? No, listen, I love dark humor, and sometimes we got to laugh or we're just going to cry all the time. All the time. Piney Woods says she's lucky to be here with Mel. She's been here for 19 months or longer. She too, retired attorney. May have come out of retirement since she started watching trials over here. Carrie, thank you so much for your super sticker. Craft Shack Chaos, thank you for your super sticker. And Craft Shack Chaos says, I don't share my story, but not all doctors ignore problems. No, it's true. There are many, many, many good doctors. No plan, but thoughts. No, gave me hope. Gave me choice to go on my own or admitted involuntarily. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you had a doctor or a clinician that heard you. Remember, Lindsay Clancy said, I don't feel heard. I don't feel like you're listening to me. I don't feel heard. It's in there. It's in those chart messages. Eileen says, Kevin Reddington's daughter, Colleen, was my divorce attorney. She's now doing criminal like her dad and brother. And then she put 2 Steelies in the chat. Thanks, Eileen. Colleen with a K is her name. Colleen Reddington. Amy says, my mom is an RN. She knew nothing about this case. I was telling her about Lindsay calling the suicide hotline twice. She shook her head and said, let me guess, she didn't have a plan. Hashtag nurses know. I didn't know this. These are things I didn't know. Not all of us know everything. Yes, we did get to 10,000 likes. And right as we broke for lunch, we did a giveaway. And we gave away 3 items of merch to 3 lucky winners. And I think all 3 of you have emailed me about it. And now we're up to 11,000 likes. But you know what? If we get to, let's see. I'd be willing to do another giveaway at the end of the stream. If we can get to, let's see what we're up to now. I had to refresh my own stream. We're at 11,000 likes now. If we get to 15,000 likes by the end of the day, we'll do another merch giveaway. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Because I know a lot of you are sad that you didn't win. But I'm going to remind you there is 20% off in the merch shop today if you want the merch anyway. 20% off your whole entire purchase. Sarah Fitz says, what would happen if you walked into a police station and told cops you were obsessively contemplating homicide? Would you be told to call a hotline? Doubt it, right? Or if she said, I have thoughts of harming my kids, it would be different from if she, I don't know. This whole thing is fakakta. I don't like any of it at all. Casey Paralegal, thank you, says the judge I work for knows I'm watching this trial while working. And yesterday, all he said was, you're watching history in the making. This case is pinnacle for our justice system. Wow. Casey, I forget where you are. I want to say, well, I don't know where you are, actually. I thought maybe the Low Country or maybe somewhere down in the South, but remind me where you are. Casey Paralegal works for a judge, and the judge has told her, you're watching history in the making. I hope so. I hope so. Buffy says, I know Elsie killed her children, but murder? having difficult time with responsibility. Yes, she did it, but it feels like she had a lot of help. A civil suit doesn't feel like a remedy to make anyone whole. I think that the civil suit stands on its own, whether or not she's found guilty or not guilty by, not criminally responsible. I think that the civil case is its own thing, and it will be successful either way, is what I think. But I think for me, what the hardest part is to reconcile about this case is that I feel like it was fully preventable. I feel like if somebody picked up the ball, and if she was able to get inpatient treatment away from her kids and was separated from her kids and maybe got into a program where she could detox from all of these medications and start fresh, that I feel like she would have had a chance to be okay. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't make money off the merch. Okay. I have a third-party vendor. I don't even know, Little Cupcake, who's arguing about what. I'm giving it away. I make maybe $3 a shirt. Okay. It's a spread shirt. And if anybody's saying that, you can just launch them to Block Island, because that's insane. Now I lost my train of thought. I feel like it could have been prevented. And I'm not blaming any of the providers. I'm blaming the system. I'm blaming the standard. I'm blaming we can't help you unless you have a plan to take your own life. Because when somebody gets to the end of their proverbial rope, perhaps there's a snapping point. 37,000 people at Fenway. Yes, if they were all postpartum mothers, 74 of them would suffer from postpartum psychosis. And when you put it that way, it's a lot of people. This needs to be screened for more. There needs to be more public awareness around it. Thank you for your super sticker. Roosevelt Media News. Shuta, UK, masterful indeed, K-Red. Disbar both the ADAs for gaslighting everyone. I don't know if it's disbarable. It's just not, I mean, you got to represent the Commonwealth zealously, I guess, but there's ways of doing it that are different. But the misrepresenting stuff intentionally to the jury, it's not good. Not good. And I think that somebody said that they were watching someone or reading from someone who was live tweeting from the courtroom that the jury does love Kevin Reddington, that they really pay attention. Thank you very much for your super chat. Rachel says, thank you for covering this trial. I live in Massachusetts. I'm hoping this case brings awareness about women's mental health and sparks change. Yeah, we all do. Mama Beth says, Shred is my new hero. 23 months, you're an OG girl. Thank you. It's Bay88 says, listener here since before Karen Reed season 2, and I love your commentary. Thanks for bringing more attention to all the gaslighting women. All of the gaslighting that women receive both medically and within the court system. Yeah, the justice system. Yes, yes, yes. Shout it from the rooftops. It just so happens, I told you that Karen Reed trial 1 was the first trial I ever covered on YouTube, gavel to gavel. And since then, we've covered a lot of trials in Massachusetts because they allow cameras and because I'm so careful about the cases that I pick to cover, because I need to feel strongly about them one way or the other. I need to have some passion for it. The Harry Tuerk trial was one, and I thought that was the wrong verdict. Penny McGee is another one. Penny McGee is a woman who was prosecuted for manslaughter after having a verbal argument with her ex-husband in the foyer of the home they were both living in, and he dropped dead of a heart attack. She was tried for manslaughter. It was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannoni. And Judge Cannoni quickly, well, I don't want to spoil it for you. If you want to go watch it, I have a whole Penny McGee playlist. Brian Camp. Brian Camp was a 23-year-old kid who was sleeping in bed when a home intruder came into his house. That was in Hampshire County. In the middle of the night, while he was sleeping, his girlfriend Brooke was sleeping, and their 2 little girls were sleeping in the next room. The home invader attacked Brian Camp, tried to kill him. Brian Camp was buck naked. His girlfriend Brooke ran outside to call 911, where they live in Hampshire County. I don't remember the town, but it took 20 minutes for law enforcement to get there. And during that 20-minute period, Brian Camp, buck naked, got a hold of a rifle, or a rickety musket, as Kathy called it, and was able to shoot him. He's on the kitchen floor, writhing around in pain or whatever. He had been shot, the home intruder. 911 is on the phone with Brooke telling Brian to go back inside the house and check on the home intruder to make sure he's okay. And when he goes back in there, the home intruder gets up and tries to attack him again. So he shoots him again. Brian Camp was on trial because the Hampshire County DA said, oh, you know, the first shot was good. It was the second shot, though. That's the one we're going to prosecute you for. And we watched Brian Camp trial. We adopted him. He became our adopted son during that trial. Tom Kokonowski was his defense attorney. And as we watched that acquittal together by the jury, we cried all together. Yeah, go watch the Brian Camp trial. That was a trial that Massachusetts really did not want you to know was happening. And we could barely cobble together footage from it. Eventually, Court TV got on it and started covering it. But that's how we met Tom Kokonowski. Crazy. We watched Stefan Diggs on trial in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Stefan Diggs, formerly of the New England Patriots, was on trial for alleged assault. They never even convened a grand jury before they tried Stefan Diggs. Also acquitted by a jury because the woman who made these allegations against him, his former chef who had a very complicated relationship with Stefan Diggs, that was wild, that trial. We covered, outside of Massachusetts, any other Massachusetts trials that you can think of that we covered? We covered the Cardi B trial. That was not in Massachusetts. That was a good palate cleanser trial because it was a civil trial. Cardi B was sued for a civil assault by a security guard who worked inside a Beverly Hills building where Cardi B's OBGYN was, and she was pregnant, didn't want anyone to know at the time. That was crazy. Lucy Medina is a woman who was on trial for attempted murder. I think it was attempted murder, right? Against her husband who had been brutally beating her for years. And he lived. She didn't kill him. He lived. Hank Brennan was her defense attorney, Lucy Medina. And I gained a whole new respect for Hank Brennan. If you didn't watch Lucy Medina, go watch that one too. Afro Man was another great trial that we covered. That was a civil case. Afro Man, the rapper who had a famous song from the year 2000, Because I Got High. I was going to go to work, but then I got high or something like that. I think it's Because I Got High was the name of the song. Afro Man was sued for defamation by a bunch of cops who broke his door down, executing a search warrant when he wasn't home because some confidential informant who had a beef against Afro Man said that he was harboring sex trafficking victims in his basement and had them locked up in a cage. So they busted down Afro Man's gate and door in rural Ohio where he lives and found some cash in one of his pockets, in one of his suits when they were looking for kidnapping victims in his pockets. And they did damage to his house. And while they were doing the search warrant, Afro Man had internal cameras, internal surveillance cameras. And so he caught the entire search on camera. And there was one officer who was in the kitchen looking around for, I don't know, kidnapping victims. And Afro Man's mama's lemon pound cake was on the counter. And one of these guys looked very lovingly at the lemon pound cake. Like he did a double take about the lemon pound cake. And what did Afro Man do when they wouldn't give him the money to fix his gate and door? He made videos about lemon pound cake and about Randy Walters is an SOB, who was another one of the cops. He made videos and they went viral. So the cops sued him for all the profits from the videos. And that became the Afro Man effect. Afro Man won that lawsuit. We watched that trial. That was crazy. Back in court.
We could just go back to
Watch. You need something to watch. And right away, Jennifer Sprague says, we got to go back somewhere. I don't know. He didn't even have a basement. That's right. He didn't even have a basement. That's right. But if you just look up Mama Lemon Pound Cake by Afro Man on the Tubes of You will see. And it's a very catchy tune. And he made t-shirts with the guy on it. Mama's Lemon Pound Cake. It tastes so nice. Made the trooper want to put down his gun and cut off a slice. Lemon Pound Cake. So good. Curious FQ says a solar eclipse Europe, and we're experiencing it in Ireland. Skies are amazing color. If you're spiritual, can bring a reset and calmness. I hope that comes to us all. Thank you, Melanie, for your coverage of this case. Thank you. Curious FQ for telling everyone to go look at the solar eclipse in Ireland. Right. Kay Anderson says, if the Commonwealth's case is solid, no need to fool the jury. Right. Why lie? Topher's Mimi says, if just one doctor had paid attention and said, I know she doesn't check all the boxes, but something's clearly wrong. Let's look into this and figure it out.
Waiting for the jury. It just kind of reminds.
The outcome could have been so different. Yes. And remember, she wanted to be an inpatient. They didn't even have to section her. She wanted to go. All right. For all of you seeing the eclipse, take pictures. Thanks, Brittany. Let's go back to court.
Waiting for the jury. It just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right. So just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
Does anybody know what happened yesterday? I heard Michael Bryant of Justice Served TV say that it was because someone took a selfie in the hallway that they got kicked out of court, but I don't know who the person was. He even said he was in the selfie. It was a very long sidebar. But don't worry, jury's coming in now. I don't know. Lindsay's shoulders are moving up and down. Is she crying? I don't know. They don't want any emotion. They don't want anybody reminding everybody about the order, about the media order. My granddad never let on he had a plan, and none of his providers caught the signs, says Henhouse Bathco, even though men over 75 are one of the highest demographics at risk. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor south of Boston. If you want to get in or out, call Kay Willis. She's your girl. She gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Kay. Cheyenne lives in Utah. 10 years ago, I had a nervous breakdown and told the doctor I had thoughts. I was taken to the hospital for 3 weeks. Never had a plan. There's Dave, the court officer, talking into his walkie-talkie on his shoulder. Thank goodness, Cheyenne.
Court, all right, jurors enter.
2:23. That's Joe said an hour till the total solar eclipse hits there in the UK, but the sky is so weird looking already. Thank you. Thank you, Craig Smith. 15,000 likes, and we do another merch giveaway at the end of the day.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. We'll give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're up. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case.
We're returning now to the Commonwealth's case at 2:27 p.m. Thank you, Mitchell. It is 2:27 p.m.
Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, LATIESHA Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226. We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right.
He objects.
Same finding.
It's not contested. It's probably another chain of custody witness named Nicole Bradley. He doesn't see a need for it. It's just prolonging the trial. But here we are.
Good afternoon. You stop right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the truth and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah. Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an assistant deputy superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach.
Objection to the record.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
This is just a witness to authenticate records that they want to get into evidence. And Reddington's like, I'm agreeing you can put these in. You don't need to drag everyone here for this.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right. Those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
For 9 days, the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department did hospital watch. Great use of our time.
Commonwealth calls Dr. RENEE Stonebridge.
Oh, Dr. Stonebridge, come to your screens, everyone. She's a badass brain doctor from the Office of the County Medical Examiner's Office.
Same objection as decided by a judge. It's not contested.
All
It's not necessary.
All right. Same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
She's amazing. She got full sleeve tattoos. Let's see if she's wearing a tank top today. Maybe not full sleeves, but she had a tank top in the Karen Reed trial. She's a badass. She does. She's got a cold shoulder top on. And I think she's got a full sleeve on one arm. She's literally a brain doctor. She's so smart. Tell everyone. We love her. This is what they talked about at sidebar. Reddington's like, we don't need this witness. I'm not going to object to anything she's got to say. We're conceding all of these facts.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is RENEE Stonebridge, RENEE STONEBRIDGE.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathy?
She's got 4 board certifications. I have a feeling she's a Long Island girl. She's a Long Island girl. She went to SUNY Stony Brook. Shout out to Stony Brook. She also did a residency at Winthrop Hospital, which is now owned by NYU Langone. Shout out to all my Long Island girls in the chat and guys. 4 board certifications. Okay. She's wicked smart. Love it.
Pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy.
I'm going to trigger warn you here. This might be hard to hear. If you feel like you need a break, please go protect your peace by taking a break. This is going to be grueling testimony about the children and their causes of death and their manners of death. So please take a break if you need it. That is why Lindsay is already crying. Okay, this is with regard to Cora Clancy. Again, Kevin Reddington tried to keep it out. They want it in. The judge is allowing it.
What did you examine? And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there is hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
I had to make sure that I had this on normal speed because I thought it was on 1.5 because she speaks very quickly. It is on normal speed. Again, take a break if you need it.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time with the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
A lot of comments. Let's take a breath. Everyone take a breath. A lot of comments in the chat. Why are they doing this? It's purely inflammatory. I agree. Kevin Reddington is holding Lindsay's hand. Remember, because the Commonwealth did not agree to stipulate to the fact that Lindsay killed her children, they still have to prove that she did it. And I think by putting this witness on the stand who works for the medical examiner's office, she's an excellent witness. We saw her in Karen Reed. They are trying to show the jury just how gruesome these killings were. And so because these killings were gruesome and might have taken however long, I don't know if anybody's really told us how long each asphyxiation would have taken, that therefore somehow she must not have been suffering from a psychotic break because maybe she would have snapped out of it faster. I don't know. We haven't heard the experts yet. But it is allowable testimony. Kevin Reddington tried to just stipulate to it. The judge is allowing it. That is the right decision. The jury's entitled to hear about it. Many of you think the Commonwealth should be ashamed of themselves and that they're trying to torture her. But other people think the jury should be allowed to hear it. And it's the right decision. So if you can't handle this, please step away. Nothing is more important than your peace. Okay? Come back. It's going to be over soon. So get through it.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
If you need to mute.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
That's it.
You're welcome.
Reddington?
Will he cross or won't he? His head is in his hands. He looks aghast.
Hold on here. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right. So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out. We'll come right back.
Lindsay's sobbing. She's crying. I think people in the courtroom can hear it. I didn't hear him say he didn't want to cross, but let's move back a little bit because we see Dr. Stonebridge walk by. Here you go.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Stonebridge. You're a genius. Now you can see Kevin, Lindsay sobbing.
Hold on here. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right. So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out. We'll come right back.
She's audibly crying.
All right, jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please.
Sobbing. Inconsolable. And the Commonwealth just wanted to plow through with the next witness. Cameraman is not going to pull away.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody in the court.
And they're clearing the courtroom to give her a minute to collect herself. She has 2 full-time nurses or aides with her at all times in the courthouse. I guess I was not paying attention when you said that he was holding her hand. So let's see if we can get a shot of that. We're just rewinding a moment. I'm going to mute it. At what point did he hold her hand? Like during the middle of the testimony? Let's just scooch through here. A lot of Long Islanders in the chat. The trauma that a jury would have also after seeing gruesome autopsy photos and listening to this kind of testimony, you can't unsee that stuff. That's why there's a media order not to show the autopsy photos and not to play the 911 call. And the judge keeps reminding everybody of the media order. Let's see if this is when they pull back. Just to remind you that the defense stipulated to all this stuff. They were agreeing to stipulate to the killings and only have a trial on whether or not Lindsay was criminally responsible at the time of these killings, and the Commonwealth didn't want to do it. They wanted to try the whole damn case. They're holding hands on top of the defense table, as you can see right there. He is so empathetic towards his client. He's been fighting for her tooth and nail since he started representing her 3.5 years ago, because she was in the hospital the first time that he went to see her, when it was being guarded by the sheriff's department, because they called that witness in too. And they said that they were guarding the door from January 25th until February 3rd, which doesn't really track with my notes, because my notes were that she was in the Brigham for like a month. And that's only about 9 days. So I'm really glad she has him too. And his wife is a nurse, right? Kevin Reddington's wife is a nurse. And there it is. That's a lawyer who really cares about his client. Yeah. They did this last time. They took a break last time. The last time Lindsay cried like this or showed this much emotion was during the time when they were showing the autopsy photos of the children. And we're back on real time. Brenda has been here for 16 months and says psychs need to take legal route to hold the patient more. Patches for Cupcakes said, what Karen Reed did to expose the MSP and the Norfolk DA's office, this trial is exposing the defects in the healthcare system. Yeah, and I don't think it's just Massachusetts. That's why the whole world is watching this. If you're watching from outside the U.S., tell us where you're watching from. RS, this is me, says, I think we understand plan as the how, but Jolata described it as saying, I have a knife in my hand and I'm gonna, seems it has to be imminent too. I wish I could explain it to you better. Julie, thank you very much for your super sticker. Angie says, my sister-in-law is from the Cape and her mom grew up and went to school with Lindsay's dad. It's so devastating for so many. Massachusetts does not care about their people. MS Warrior says, do you think someone in the audience said something to Lindsay, hence the sidebar judge's comment and Lindsay crying? No. I mean, I think Lindsay knew what was coming, that Dr. Stonebridge was going to get up there and talk about the children's eyes and Callan's brain and eyes. And she knew it was going to be hard to listen to, because it seems like maybe now she has some remorse about what she did, which indicates to me that she's not a psychopath. Because psychopaths often cannot show emotion, right? They don't show emotion. Remember Rex Heuermann? Also, a lot of psychopaths, meticulous planners. Rex Heuermann, the convicted Long Island serial killer, well, actually, he pled guilty to 7 or 8 murders of women here on Long Island. The manifesto, remember the manifesto that was found on Rex Heuermann's computer? He had all kinds of plans. All the props he was going to need, all of his tools, how he was going to do it, what to do, make time for play. Playtime was a thing for him. Dexter was also a meticulous planner. Private info. Thank you for your 100. Says, I've had a plan, but I've been seeing counselors for a couple of years now and better. And this trial, especially just now, has me sobbing so bad. Thank you, Melanie, for providing this. This is so hard to watch. I've grown to really dislike my state of Massachusetts. I'm so glad that you were able to hopefully get out of it and see hopefully you're on the other side of it now. So many of you have been so open about sharing your personal experiences with me and in the comments and sending me emails and in the chat. And I applaud you for that because it's not easy to talk about. And thank you. And I'm sending you all the healing vibes. Aunt Bibi says, Mel, in these types of cases, are jurors offered some sort of counseling when the trial's over? Thank you. I don't know if they do that in Massachusetts. I don't know if they do. If anybody knows like the real actual answer to that question, let me know. Some jurisdictions do provide it. I don't know about Massachusetts. I've never heard of them doing it, so I just don't know. Melanie, have you ever wanted to punch the other side? No, I'm a lover, not a fighter, Charlie. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I fight with words, not fists. Thank you for tuning in from down under and making me laugh. Michelle says, moms with PPS rather their kids go to God. That's what it says in the lawsuit. That it says, and I'm going to read it to you directly from the malpractice case, Lindsay's own lawsuit. I'll find the paragraph and I'll read it to you. I don't know if I can find it quickly enough because I don't think I have the highlighted version, just because I just got the recent version. But it's important because so many people still think Patrick did it. And it's important to note that she admits doing it in the civil lawsuit. That she said something like, go to God, as she took the lives of her 3 children. I mean, the voices go back to, in the lawsuit allegations, January 16th, 2023. The hallucinations continued. So they were even before that. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. On January 20th, because she was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. But again, on January 24th, and this is according to the civil lawsuit, it says, the suicidal hallucinations continued all day, nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying you should harm the children. None of this has come into this case, by the way. I just want you to have some background so maybe people can stop saying that Patrick did it. Lindsay thought about dinner, realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Lindsay felt a force come over her. And many of you have written to me who have had these command hallucinations, and you have told me that you're outside of your body, that you have no idea what you're doing. You believe that this is totally real and that you do things and you have no idea that you did them or what you were doing at the time, and that this is real. And even 2 of the providers so far have told us that voices are real in postpartum psychosis, and also visual hallucinations are real. There's a couple of more paragraphs, but in paragraph 6, under this section, it says, Lindsay proceeded as alleged to strangle each of her children, uttering, go to God, baby. Go to God, baby. Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrists and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. Go to God, baby. It's right there in the lawsuit. VAS Mom 27 says, yes, exactly. You actually look down on yourself doing it. People could learn a lot from reading this chat. Your dad's favorite mom says that testimony was especially hard for Lindsay because she fully understood the medical terms being described. Lisa Lott's missing robe is here, says, I know we know that Lindsay did this, but do we know if she actually remembers doing it? Well, she remembers parts of it because I just read it to you from the lawsuit. Thanks for, this was, the super chat was earlier. That's a great question for VA's if you have experienced these types of voices and command hallucinations, do you remember later what happened? I'd love to know that question. We're taking, court is taking a break for Lindsay to collect herself after Dr. RENEE Stonebridge's testimony. Dare the Light gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Gammy says, as a woman who has suffered from mental illness for 40 plus years, I am disgusted with the way Lindsay was treated. It's infuriating. Sandy, thank you for your Venmo. Says, I can't help but wonder if we could even know if we would even know the Clancy name had she avoided the flawed mental health system completely. So very heartbreaking. Well, I submit this to you. If she had been successful in her suicide attempt, would anybody be questioning whether or not she was suffering from postpartum psychosis? Or are we only questioning because she wasn't successful in her attempt? Thank you, Michelle, for your Venmo. Thanks for the coverage. P.S. Aspire is my Botox reward program. Keeps me happy. Whatever makes you happy, sweetie. Kelly says, hi. Been with you for over 2 years. I absolutely love what you do. You're so sweet. She says, I just have to say, these doctors killed these children and they should be prosecuted. God bless Lindsay and the family. Let me tell you something. If Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler were on this case in some fantasy world of mine, the DA on SVU would figure out a way to criminally prosecute these doctors. You know they would. Danielle's recovering from spine surgery. I hope sending you all the healing vibes, Danielle. She says, so happy to have someone from my area guiding me through this trial. Amy's also recovering from surgery. Oh my gosh, you guys, sending you all the healing vibes. Your comments are everything I'm thinking, she says. Jan says, can't the judge tell them to stop with the pointless witnesses? No, they're entitled to put on a case. It's just the way it is. He's also a little skittish, I would submit to you, because he was just overturned on appeal. LaTarsha Sanders is getting a new trial. That is a mom who brutally stabbed ritualistically, and I think there was some voodoo involved, her 2 children. I forget how old they were, maybe 5 and 8. Her conviction has been overturned. She's getting a new trial because this particular judge, Judge Sullivan, did not allow in some of her mental health records. And so I'm going to submit to you, he might just allow everything in because he's now a little skittish about judges hate being reversed on appeal. Chuck Pascal, thanks for your 5, says, I'm appointed to a case very similar to the Lindsay Clancy case. Thinking of billing my time watching the case and Reddington as resource. You absolutely should. You absolutely 100% should. Are you a public defender? Thank you for doing the Lord's work. I don't know where you practice, Chuck Pascal, but thank you. It takes a very, very special person to become a public defender. Like, public defenders are the justice warriors of the justice warriors because they do it for not a hell of a lot of money. In fact, the Massachusetts public defenders went on strike. I don't know if that strike has been resolved, but they were making something like, I forget how much, maybe on murder cases, $75 an hour, whatever it was not enough. And so there weren't enough public defenders to go around, and thousands of cases had to be dismissed because of, the fact that they couldn't appoint attorneys to represent them. Thank you, Miranda, for your Venmo. She says, love you, girl, but she is innocent. Not just crazy innocent, but she literally didn't do this. Thank you, honey. What do you mean? Do you think Patrick, you think Patrick did it? Or you think that she was not in her right mind when she did it? Listen, I can tell from your picture. First of all, you're gorgeous. You're gorgeous, Miranda. Gorgeous. You could be my daughter's age. And listen, my kids are watching TikTok too. I got to tell you, they think the same thing. They're pointing out all these things to me like, what about this? And what about that? And why don't you think he did it? I'm like, because it says in her lawsuit that she admits that she did it. They're like, yeah, but this, that, and the other thing. And TikTok is pointing out a lot of things. And ordinarily, listen, the conspiracy theory in the Karen Reed case was that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That was the conspiracy theory. Because I know injuries. I've been in the business of injuries for over 30 years, handling injury cases. And John O'Keefe did not have the injuries of someone who was hit by a car. If he was hit by a car 24 feet in reverse, 60 feet in reverse, doing 24 miles an hour, whatever the hell they decided on in the end, because they didn't really know their theory in the Karen Reed trials either. And was his elbow was hit by the taillight, which exploded and then made dog bite marks on his arm. He would have had a shattered elbow. There were no broken bones in that man's arm. He was not hit by a car. He had no bumper marks, no injuries below the neck. Something about the shoes and the email being sent from the computer. I don't know. I haven't followed it because after I'm done here, I have to get on the yoga mat and I can't go looking at that stuff. But I love you and thank you for the Venmo and I appreciate your opinion. But trust me when I say that if the Commonwealth had one shred of evidence, first of all, people say Patrick was having an affair. If the Commonwealth had one shred of evidence that he was, one text message, one email, that would have been their theory. Their theory would be this was a revenge killing. Lindsay found out Patrick was cheating, and so therefore she killed the kids. That's a better theory than the one they have now, which is what? She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't have a nanny anymore. She was lazy. She didn't want kids anymore, so she decided to kill. That's their theory. Thank you, Red Zombie Unicorn, for becoming a Red's Zombie Unicorn. See? You guys and your names are amazing. Pink is my superpower. Thank you for your 10. God save the Commonwealth from the Timu twins prosecutors. They are horrific. Oh, Bob Mata reported that one of the female jurors was obviously distressed. Thank you, Kara, for pointing that out. So I guess that's why the break is a little bit longer than usual. And yeah, it's a break. It's break right now. If you weren't here you can rewind. The testimony of Dr. Renee Stonebridge was really, really short, but impactful. Thanks for your 10. Oh, look at the private info giving 20 memberships. Thank you. A lot of new members today. It's raining memberships. It's not the afternoon break. It is a break because one of the jurors visibly distressed, Lindsay Clancy also crying. So we're on break. We don't know when they're going to come back. My crystal ball is broken, but I do have a magic 8 ball. What should we ask the magic 8 ball? I've got lots of props. Here's one, the magic 8 ball. I also have a BS button. I also have Mr. T's keychain, which says like 6 different things. I would have to find it though. We've got Tiny Jesus and Tiny Mary. Always. Okay. Do you think the DA has lost the jury? Good question. Good question. We're going to shake the magic 8 ball right now. Do you think that the DAs, the ADAs have lost the jury? Let's see what it says. It says, and I can't show it to you because it'll move, without a doubt. The magic 8 ball says without a doubt. Bookmark this for later. And if you were gifted a membership by the private info, give him or her a little thank you. Sounds like they're back. The chat is hilarious. You're called the Snark Tank with good reason. Because sometimes we have to laugh or we're just going to cry all the time, and you guys make me laugh, and that's why I love you. It's just one of the reasons why I love you so much. Tiffany, welcome. Pierre says, I love K Red, but this judge is also very compassionate. True. That's true. He's not inserting himself into the trial. He's been fair. He's been measured. He has been very compassionate. And he's been fair. And I've heard overruled more in this trial than any other trial we've covered in the Massachusetts, in the as such Massachusetts. The question was, have the DAs, have the ADAs lost the jury? And the answer from the Magic 8 Ball was, without a doubt. Paul's Barbershop in Quincy is here. I guess that means we're up on the big screen. Shout out to Paul's Barbershop in Quincy and Missy Nick. Shout out.
All right. Counsel, can I see you sidebar?
Another sidebar. JDT character girl here is here from Happy Lionsgate melon cupcakes. Is it Lionsgate? 812? 28 months. You're an OG girl too. Pierre, 32 months. JDT character girl, 28 months. Turtle Boy was right, 413, 26 months. People who love it here really love it here. Melanie, can you shake it to see if I'm going to win the Powerball tonight, says Leslie. No, we can't. We have to. Listen, did anybody see the movie Obsession? I did, in the theater. 8-8 is Lionsgate. That's what I thought. Anybody see the movie Obsession? You can't waste a wish. Just like you can't waste it on the Magic 8 Ball. Don't waste a wish. If anybody saw Obsession, let me know. It was really good. Let me know what you think. She was failed. Love you, Mel. Turtle Boy was right. 413. And the name of the 10. So incredibly heartbreaking hearing her cries.
All right, George Edgar.
She seems a bit more composed. Her shoulders are not heaving. Obsession is movie of the year, says Lizzie. Yeah, it was good. It was good. And you can't use the Magic 8 Ball for financial gain, says Pauline. We don't know how many witnesses they have left. They have about 200 on the list, but they're not going to call them all. Kevin Reddington rubbing his head.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. And but as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right, so you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara VIDAL Olson.
Do you think that the Commonwealth demanded that instruction be given to the jury, or do you think the judge did it sua sponte?
Same objection.
Another objection from
same finding and analysis.
Sound like you raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the
From Reddington.
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, BARBARAOLSON. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara VIDAL, VIDAL.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
Okay, another trigger warning for you. This is going to be the autopsies of the children. Remember, we only heard about one in the beginning of the case. This is not an expert witness. This is actually a medical examiner who examined or did one of the autopsies or more. So, if you need a break, go take a break. Come back. We'll still be here. They're probably going to take a break after this too, because I imagine Lindsay is going to have another emotional reaction to this, and perhaps the jurors might too.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Cora. And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin.
If you can come to your screen, Kevin Reddington is trying to calm Lindsay down. Camera person focused on Lindsay. He's holding her hand with one hand, patting her hand with the other, trying to get her to calm down, because she's not supposed to have an emotional reaction. We've seen many trials where the judges will chastise or throw people out of the courtroom, defendants, for having emotional reactions. I don't think he's going to do that here. But again, if you need to protect your peace, go and come back. It's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure, but I understand. You've been warned.
She had her neck and on her body. She also was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV that they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck? Were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings with of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, could
You can hear Lindsay saying, I can't do this. I can't do this. Did you hear it? I don't think it's required that she be in the courtroom. I think they can wheel her out for this if she doesn't want to hear it. And I think they should. Remember, Adam Montgomery in New Hampshire didn't even show up to his trial at all. He just said he wasn't coming when they came to get him. Listen to it again. I'm sorry, but I have to replay it.
A furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, could we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please.
Her head is down on the table. Her head is down on the table. Kevin Reddington is there. He's trying to console her. The two nurses come over. And I think they are preparing to wheel her out. But they are consoling her, both nurses.
We'll be recessed for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to counsel in regards to schedule. Okay.
It is 3:20 p.m. on the East Coast. And so many trials we watch. All of the armchair convictors out there say that the defendant shows no remorse. And so obviously lock them up, throw them away. I mean, what do you guys think? You guys are some very reasonable people that could be like an average juror. There's almost 19,000 of you here right now. I said if we get to 15,000 likes on this stream, we're going to do another merch giveaway at the end so you can have a chance to, I don't know, get some free stuff. And also, the reason for it is that it helps the algorithm. It helps push this stream out to people who might need a safe place to watch this trial and this testimony. It seems to me like she's remorseful. And so what that tells me as a reasonable person is that maybe she did suffer a psychotic break and is just now seeing what she did, even though she apparently remembers parts of it because it's in her lawsuit. Yellow Lebedero says the thing about McLean being the best, if you go through MGH, you might get a bed covered by some insurances. It's mediocre like most. If you go to the Pavilion, the private pay, this is the best in the USA. It's $45,000 to $95,000 per month. Only the wealthy can heal. Ugh. That's some information that I was not aware of. Kim, thank you for your 50 and for telling us that. This case is disturbing on so many levels, and I think it's disturbing to so many people who have been involved in the mental health system and who are involved in the mental health system as providers, doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, mental health counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, referring doctors. It's outrageous. So many balls were dropped here. Could this have been prevented? I feel like it could have. Are these medications, these psychiatric medications, rewiring people's brains? She was turned down. She wanted to be an inpatient so badly at Women and Infants. At the day program, they turned her down because they said, you're not depressed. It's the medication that's making you depressed. She was paranoid and fearful that she was going to become addicted to the Ativan. She didn't want to become an addict. Tell me if you think that the Commonwealth has lost the jury. The judge said after the break, we'll come back and talk about the schedule. I don't know if that means he could let her sit out for this testimony. Maybe. What's the answer? What is the answer? I don't know. People are telling me, if you've never been in the mental health system, you don't know. This is just how it is. This is the way it goes. Do the treating doctors or the treating providers, do they have any obligation to get her prior medical records or the medical records of her inpatient stays while she's treating with them? Do they have like an obligation, or just ethically, should they review notes, even if they want a fresh set of eyes so that they can coordinate care? Should she have been prescribed 13 different medications via 30 prescriptions over a 4-month period? And those 3 poor little babies, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. My heart rips out of my chest for them. They didn't deserve this. Will a jury believe that she was suffering from a psychotic break and did not know that her actions were against the law? And that she didn't know right from wrong and that she couldn't stop herself from doing it? Or is that too far out there for 12 people to agree on and or grasp? I don't know. I don't know. But we're waiting for them to come back from break. My heart is breaking for Lindsay and how she was failed, says Kimberly. Deal says, Mel, what's the biggest mic drop for today? I don't know, but the day is not over yet. Deal's 9-2-2-3. Bob Mata reporting that at least one female juror became visibly upset, but that was before. Was that after this break? I mean, already this medical examiner has told us during her autopsy of Cora 2 things that did not happen in the autopsy for John O'Keefe, because everything goes back to Karen Reed at some point, right? Cora came in for autopsy with her hands bagged. Guess whose hands were not bagged to preserve evidence? John O'Keefe's. I don't remember ever hearing about John O'Keefe's hands being bagged. Do you? And also, the medical examiner was provided with a police report. Where was the motor vehicle accident report for John O'Keefe getting hit by a car? Oh, that's right. There wasn't one. I don't know. The devil's lettuce in chat. The fact that she called the suicide hotline not once, but twice and was turned away, even had a virtual visit with them. And they said, sorry, we can't help you because you don't have a plan. I mean, that's one of the most shocking things to me that I've learned during this trial, is that in Massachusetts, if you don't have a plan to, I guess, take your own life very, very soon, if you're just thinking about doing it, but you don't have the plan to do it, that you can't, there's nothing really that anybody can do for you, I guess. It's not supposed to be the standard, but it seems to be the standard. Let's see. The first witness we heard from today was Detective Dan Lawler of the Massachusetts State Police. He responded to South Shore Hospital. And then he went to Boston Children's Hospital to see Callan. When he was at South Shore Hospital, he served them with a preservation order for Lindsay's blood and urine, took her clothing and her rings, did a search warrant for the home, went to the house, collected a whole bunch of medications in the kitchen. He was the evidence guy, the evidence officer. They also seized a baby monitor and a Nest camera. I wonder if that Nest camera picked up any video of anything. That would be very interesting, right? He didn't search the nightstand. And then he went to the Brigham and he stood outside on watch outside of Lindsay's hospital room because she was in custody. He didn't remember what day it was, but he does remember a guy coming who wasn't a doctor, but might have been the expert witness, Dr. Zeisel. And he says that he went in there and the door was closed. He's not really sure if the door was closed, but maybe the door was closed. Not sure. But he does remember this man going in there and talking to Lindsay. And then on cross, Kevin Reddington said, after a number of questions, you know that the Commonwealth's theory is that Lindsay called Patrick while that man was in her hospital room with her, and that is when she told Patrick that she was hearing voices, and that their theory is she concocted this plan with Dr. Zeisel about the voices. There was an objection. There was a voir dire of that witness, and judge let it all in because that witness said, and he was very honest, Massachusetts State Police Trooper. He said that he had met with, he's assigned to the DA's office in Plymouth, that he met with the lead investigator a couple of times. They spoke about it, Joshua McKelligan, and that he was told that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that Lindsay told Patrick Clancy that she was hearing voices. And they've insinuated that throughout this trial. That was a mic drop. LATIESHA Dukes, who is the licensed mental health counselor that treated Lindsay 4 times, South Shore Perinatal, testified. That Lindsay said, and she had it in her notes several times, I no longer want to live or be here. But she didn't have a plan, so that meant that she was not in crisis. Only if she had a plan would she be in crisis, despite the fact that she was tearful and had excessive worry, and she was worried about being addicted to Ativan. She had no past attempts to take her life. She had no substance use disorder per the screening, so she was not addicted to Ativan, according to LATIESHA Dukes. And LATIESHA Dukes' diagnosis was postpartum anxiety. So everyone out there who's trying to tell you there was no diagnosis of postpartum anxiety or depression or psychosis is wrong. She saw her 4 times. And she did say in her notes that she was having continuous intrusive thoughts about not wanting to be there. Continuous intrusive thoughts. She had 4 total meetings with Lindsay. This is all on direct. And that she called the suicide hotline. She knew that. But on cross, it came out that she knew that she called them twice. And they couldn't help her. Patrick was on at least one of those meetings virtually. But she was able to smile and laugh during the 12/19 visit. So that was good. On cross, it was brought out that LATIESHA Dukes had access to the records of Nurse Gelada and Nurse Paul from South Shore Perinatal. She had access to them, but she didn't review them. She said it was because she wanted to be a fresh set of eyes. Kevin Reddington then finished the note in the chart that said, she feels like she's going to die. The ADA left out this part, but she doesn't care. All of these things that the Commonwealth is trying to hide from the jury makes them look bad, in my opinion. Also, another thing that the Commonwealth has been insinuating, that Lindsay was a drinker. She was probably mixing alcohol with her medications. It said somewhere that she had 2 drinks a day, 5 times a week or something. Came out during Cross. The last time Lindsay Clancy had a drink was in October of 2019. But before that, when she did drink, it was wine, 1 to 2 glasses. Just another way that they've been misled. Again, talking about the devil's lettuce, it came out that she had taken 1 marijuana gummy, which many of you were pointing out was really a CBD gummy and not THC, so not even really the devil's lettuce at all. And that the reason she took it was to sleep.
Court succession, please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel sidebar, please.
The jury is not here, and they're going back to sidebar. Lindsay is back at the defense table, head in hands. Heather says, my heart goes out to Lindsay. I'm bipolar 2 and ADHD. I will not take anything until I do my own research. Not because I don't want to. I just can't overfixate on everything. Thank you, Heather, for sharing your story. Boston Sports Gal says, I had severe sleep deprivation, 4 solid days, 0 sleep. I said, God, I am ready. I literally was so sick. I didn't care about living. Lindsay had quadruple that feeling. My heart aches. Iron Dog says, did you see the look the DA gave the defense table as she left the podium after the Emmys testimony? The jury probably noticed. I didn't. I was in my head. Britt says, from Canada, I'll never forget when I told my cousin how much I was struggling after my first. She got in her car and drove 5 hours to be with me and my baby for the weekend. It means so much to me still to this day. You were saved. Vanita says, my prayer is this case brings out mental health awareness to all. They are humans who need our help and love. They don't ask for this. It is painful for everyone involved. We all need to act and help. Thank you, ML. Thank you all for being so nice to each other. Lexi says, why is the Commonwealth so random with witnesses today, trying to score points today by emotionally manipulating the jury? Maybe this is emotional manipulation day. You know what? Maybe I'll put that on my thumbnail. Thank you for that, Lexi. Michelle says, Lindsay has suffered enough. Prison is not right for this mom. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Nicole, Ray, like Do Ray May, chat uplifter. If you were stranded on Block Island, what song, movie, and book would you want? Thank you. Every now and then we need a little bit of a distraction. I don't know if they're going to finish out the day. It's 3:35 here on the East Coast, and the jury has not been brought back in. Dr. Renee, no, who is it that's on the stand now? I'm back into my notes here. This is another medical examiner, the one who did Cora's autopsy. Barbara Olson Vidal. And then Lindsay broke down and she was very emotional and they took a break. And we do know also that LaTiesha Dukes did not even know that the Edinburgh scale had been given to Lindsay because she didn't review the notes. That's when Kay Shred got into the statistics on postpartum psychosis and the Fenway Park example. Thank you, Mish Props. Super sticker. Mary says, Tramadol caused me psychosis. Her meds didn't work. Thank you, Mary. Shannon says, hey, Mel, have you heard of the Shannon Gardner case? Oh, yes. I covered that in the beginning. Trial starting 8/31.
Yep.
Thank you. Should be a good one to watch. Love you. Love you too. I think they're being tried separately, right? Mario Fernandez, her former husband, and Shannon Gardner, the heiress to the Stampin' Up fortune. They're bringing the witness back to the stand, so I guess it's going to continue. Thank you, Shannon. It's on the calendar. Oh, Rebecca, I didn't know you're a Long Island girl. Rebecca Loeb says, your handling of the conspiracy theories is admirable and kind. This Long Island girl, I grew up there, has zero tolerance for it.
I am still under oath.
I learned a lot watching your channel and not just about the law. Woo woo. Thanks, Rebecca, for your 10. Lawn Guyland. LAWNGUILAND. Reddington bending over Lindsay, trying to calm her down. In our downtime, can you tell us about Bill H 1924? Well, I can't because I haven't reviewed it yet, and I don't want to do a cold read of that, Jennifer, but I'll look it up, familiarize myself with it in my free time.
All rise, jurors.
Jury's coming back. See who we I spy in the courtroom. Dr. Zeisel is there now. Lindsay's parents, their priest, another friend from church, they say, is that woman in the same row. Her 2 nurses in the front row.
Now in session, please be seated.
Suffolk County in the house.
For the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up.
They're going to show the autopsy photos.
What are we seeing here?
Remember, that's why he kept reminding about the media order. Remember, the media, you're not allowed to show the autopsy photos. You're not allowed to take pictures of them. You're not allowed to show them. Court TV, Law and Crime, you're not allowed to show them. Nobody's allowed to see the autopsy photos except for the jury and the witness and the defense and the prosecution. I don't even think the people in the gallery can see these autopsy photos, but the jury's going to have to look at them. And these are of Cora.
Is that the, what are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay, and if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that. There you go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I flipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again, focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you
Camera pans to
photograph
Lindsay.
7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean?
They're insinuating that Cora was being abused by Lindsay. Okay. That's why this is important. If you weren't keeping count, I was. They showed 10 autopsy photos of Cora. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 of them were 2 bruises, small bruises on other parts of her body. The first 3, 2 were of Cora's face and 2 were of the neck. So the first 4. All the rest were bruises on other parts of her body. That was what Kevin Reddington was arguing about during his motion to allow Dr. LaPosada to testify. He said the Commonwealth is going to try and show through bruising on Cora's body that she was being abused by Lindsay. And Dr. LaPosada is going to come in and say, no, she wasn't. The bruises are secondary to the medical treatment and the life-saving measures that were taken, that were done by the first responders. And the ADA got all insulted, like, I'm not going to do that. Remember? I do. And that's exactly what she's doing now. That argument about that motion for the experts was outside the presence of the jury, but I think the jury's picking up what she's putting down.
From the location of the wounds, how they occurred or wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it, what is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen into our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head. And so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood. And that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes.
Same type of pressure as a balloon filling up. I think I heard Kevin Reddington also talking about this and how this was ridiculous testimony. He didn't want this in there, having them talk about balloons. As this blood is gathering in the face, it's like a balloon filling up. Lindsay again, camera pans to Lindsay. She is sobbing again. Listen to the balloon analogy.
Is gathering
blood cranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen. And in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
A balloon is a child's toy. Reddington's head is in his hands. He's like, all of you in the chat are like, they are vile. They are vile. I hate this woman. I really hate this woman. You are saying, and I have to say at this point, I agree with you. This is a bridge too far for me. This is a line that should never be crossed. If you're an ethical prosecutor, you don't cross this line. You don't need to cross this line. She has admitted, she has all but admitted she hasn't pled guilty to the crimes because you wouldn't let her just go to punishment on this. Is it painful? Tell me if you think this is necessary or not. And if you have, if you think they have crossed the line of ethics and human decency. I wonder if Tim Cruz, the DA, is going to come out and have some words to say to the press today. I wonder if the press will be chasing him. I wonder if the press will be chasing her and ask her, is it really necessary to talk about unicorns and rainbow, unicorns and zombies and balloons when you're talking about the brutal murder of a couple of children? Do anybody think she crossed the line? And is your stepsister wearing a bow in the back of her head so that she can taunt Lindsay? Because in her opening, she said Cora loved wearing bows in her hair and she loved unicorns and she loved Princess Sophia. Maybe she could work Princess Sophia into her questioning of Dr. Barbara Olson, who did the autopsy of Cora. This is how you ruin your own career. This is self-implosion of a career. I'm calling it now. Her career has imploded. Maybe both of them. Both of them. Your careers have imploded. There is a way to try this case, showing respect to the jurors who are going to have to never unsee these photos in their lives. This is embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. You should be publicly shamed. And go on, chat. I usually don't let you go off. Go off. I'm going to put slow mud on, though. This is reprehensible. It's reprehensible. And I would love for other prosecutors to weigh in on this, because I have heard other prosecutors say, talking about specifically this case, they were asked, what would you do if this case landed on your desk? And I've heard prosecutors say, I would never prosecute this. Never in a million years would I prosecute this in this way. I'd be willing to lose my job by refusing to prosecute it. And I would say, if I was an ADA, find somebody else. I'm not doing this. It's repulsive, repugnant, egregious. I can't even think of all the adjectives. Karma knows your address. That's all I can say. Karma's got a long memory.
And vessels run throughout all of our body. There are painful.
Is it painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again, with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall.
He's losing it now.
It would just make it occur faster.
And
Reddington is losing it now. He's like, it's obvious what it means. It's obvious what it means. Lord, please help us. For those of you who have been able to hang in here for this testimony, God bless you. I just want to watch him go off again, so I'm going to take it back a couple of sentences. If someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away, there's no evidence that is going to be presented about the order in which the children's lives were taken. Even though Shannon with a bow Buckingham, Shannon with one end bowhead Buckingham, said in her opening First Dawson, then Cora, then baby Callan. There's no evidence of that. Now she wants to get out evidence that they were struggling and trying to get away. Because they've got a bad set of facts for them and they know it. And this is the only way they think they're going to get the jury is with emotion. And the judge is allowing it. He overruled the objection. So let's listen.
Oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
Reddington is on his feet now. He's like, really? This is what we're doing? Thank God there's a priest in the room. Thank God there's a priest in the room. Father, help us all. Perform an exorcism on these two evil demons that are choosing to try their case in such a fashion. Let's see what makes Kevin Reddington finally stand up out of his chair. It would just make it occur faster. What do you mean by accelerate the time to death?
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
That's where he stands up.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. The force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
This is all hypothetical. Now it's hypothetical. If this, then this. If someone did this, then this. It's a modern day witch trial. It is. He's pissed. He is pissed, Reddington. His face is turning Reddington right now.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
But, counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
She's impeaching her own witness. She's now impeaching her own witness because her witness, when given a leading question, did not say what she wanted her to say. She wanted her to say, yeah, didn't you testify in front of the grand jury that if someone stops being strangled, that they could wake up? And now she said, well, it's unlikely without medical intervention. And now she's going to whip out the grand jury testimony and impeach her own witness on an inconsistent statement. I've never seen anything like this in my over 30 years of practicing law. My left eye has started twitching again, and I am shooketh. I'm shooketh. Listen to that again. When someone is strangled, if they stop being strangled, then could they come back to life? She's trying to say, Lindsay could have snapped out of this at any time and she could have stopped strangling them and they would be alive right now, but she didn't stop. And so that's why they're dead.
Until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
She's saying it's very unlikely without intervention. This is where she whips out her grand jury testimony to impeach her own witness.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel,
He said, is she going to impeach her own witness? He gets up, he's hands in the air, he's standing.
we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
You could impeach with an inconsistent statement, or you could just keep moving on. You could just keep moving on and let it go. But you are so hell-bent on torturing every single person sitting in this courtroom, including your own jury, who by now probably hates you. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the jury probably hates you at this point. And some of you have been speechless for hours, and I have this. This is the longest slow mode I've ever had it on, which is a 5-minute delay.
Past the 30. Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
She's doing it again.
Hold on.
She's doing it again.
Next question.
He stood up. The judge is sustaining it. He's like, this is what happened at sidebar, I think. I don't know, but I'm guessing. He said, you are not going to impeach your own witness. But she just tried to do it again. Listen, I know this is hard to listen to, but this is what I'm here for. Because if you were watching this on your own, you might not have understood what is happening here. What do you mean by intervention?
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your...
It's irreversible. And so...
Doctor, do you have to continue to...
And this is right after the sidebar. Her first question. Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle somebody?
Apply to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
Past 30 seconds to cause death.
Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible. And so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
She says, no, you don't have to strangle someone for longer than 30 seconds for them to die. And she doesn't like that answer. So again, she's going to try to impeach her after she was just told, don't do that.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustain. Hold on. Sustain. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die.
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Reddington's looking at the ceiling like, just let this be over.
Opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Oh, dear Lord. Oh,
And
dear
when
Lord.
was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when
How many more photos are you going to show the jury this time? How many more autopsy photos do you have up your sleeve to show the jury? Anybody think she's a sadist? Anybody. I don't care if you are out there and you think that Lindsay Clancy should go to prison forever and she's a cold-blooded murderer and she deserves the chair and they should hang her on Proctor's ledge. If you can defend the way that this ADA is trying this case, the two of them, if you can defend that in any way, shape, or form, I would love to hear your arguments. When's the last time you watched a murder trial where the jury had to sit through looking at autopsy photos like this and listening to this kind of testimony? You guys watch trials all the time. Tell me another trial where you've ever seen anything like this in your life in a murder trial. Did they do this to Lori Vallow? Or was that a no body case? I don't know. Harmony Montgomery was a no body case. I'm trying to think of other children cases. The West boys were no body cases. I'm going to let this roll because now we're into Dawson's autopsy on January 25th.
You did the external examination.
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166.
Here's the first photo. Other injuries. She's going to try and say Lindsay was abusive. Everyone said Lindsay's a great mom. She's a wonderful mom. She's the best mom ever. Loved her kids. This is all they have.
What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149.
It's just gross. It's a disgusting way to try
What
a
are we
case.
seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
Right. The trolls out there are saying they've been waiting for this evidence. She hated Dawson the most, so she did him the worst. And right now the jurors are looking at pictures of this little boy's deceased face and neck.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion
of the left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have.
We have left the twilight zone and we have now entered the depths of hell. We have now entered the depths of hell. StreamYard is freaking out. I'm sure YouTube is freaking out. The internet has been broken by this trial. And I have renamed my stream to Prosecutors from Hell. We need a rolling rally. Yeah, maybe.
Photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
Tell me if you think the jury hates her now. They're looking at pictures of Dawson's little tiny hand. He was 3. And what she wanted to say were blue fingernails.
Based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification.
Yeah.
And the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
In case you were counting. 10 photos of Cora, 10 photos of Dawson at autopsy.
Using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
Sure.
Photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibit.
Let them bring them to the jury room so they can ponder over them. They're never going to want to look at those photos again. This could 100% backfire on the ADA. I agree with you. It could.
And then excuse me, Death certificate of Cora Marie Clancy, yesterday's exhibit.
Death certificate.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
Was it ruled a homicide? We haven't heard about the manner of death.
Yeah, death certificate of Dawson William Clancy, that's the next exhibit.
Dawson William Clancy, she had to say, right?
I have nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get her out of here. You're saying totally unnecessarily sadistic. Special place in hell for these
Members of the jury,
women.
we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head.
Put this out of your head.
All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Do you think the judge hates them too? Do you think the judge hates them?
Please. This way, please.
Special place in hell for you. Does the priest have holy water? Asking for a friend. Do you think they have any remorse for the way they're trying their case, or do you think they're doing a good? Do you think that they think they're doing a great job?
Jurors, I'd like to call this court in session.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Let's see if they pan to the gallery. If you're not going to stick around for questions and the giveaway, please smash the like button on your way out. This was the worst day of all. This is the reason I didn't want to cover this case, and I didn't think I could handle it, but my sadness has turned to anger. Rage, in fact. Absolute rage. I'm outraged. I'm outraged. You're all saying the prosecution is evil. I wish that I could give you a good reason for why they're doing what they're doing, and I can't. I can't. And I would love to know if the people that think that Lindsay Clancy should fry in hell for what she did think that this was improper at all, or if that this was a great way to try the case. Mass courts allow it. Somebody said that it seems like she wanted to stay out of the courtroom, but the judge wouldn't allow it and she had to come back. I can't confirm that. And so I don't know. Mixed chick had hallucinations from sepsis and didn't remember, but it slowly came back. They're saying maybe that's what happened to Perez Hilton. And she says maybe Lindsay slowly remembers certain things, but after this testimony, a rush of memories are coming back. Heartbreaking. I thank you for sharing your experience, but I can't even imagine what that was like. Southern Pop, thank you. Has to be the hardest decision for these professionals to exercise the power to take away someone's liberty with a Section 12 last resort, for sure. Those were earlier. Maria said, my heart breaks for her. She tried so hard to get help. Truly, she loved her children. Bob Mata report, this is unbearable. He heard Lindsay say, I can't do this. We heard it too. Michelle said, can Lindsay opt to be not in the courtroom for this testimony? I thought she could, but it seemed like they brought her back. Unclear. Adam Montgomery didn't have to come to his trial ever in New Hampshire. Kel said, the guilt and remorse that Lindsay has will for the rest of her life is worse than any punishment the court could impose. Missy Rue says, Lindsay admits it. Why is this testimony needed? Well, she didn't really admit it in this proceeding, right? She has technically not pled guilty to the crimes. She would have admitted it if they would agree to just go to the punishment phase of the trial, but they wouldn't agree to that. And so that is why this testimony is needed, because technically the Commonwealth still has to prove that she did cause their deaths and that she was in her right mind when she did it beyond a reasonable doubt. B says, thanks. Documentary, Louis Theroux, postpartum moms and their babies can stay at a center to get help. Very enlightening. Thank you. A lot of you have been sending me a lot of documentaries. I can't watch them all, but I'm glad that you're recommending them to each other. Mommy says, my son died in a motorcycle accident last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. 19 years old. I still cry like Lindsay does every day. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you. The only thing I can say to you is that heaven got a whole lot more awesome when your son joined. I am so sorry. Nancy says prayers up. JM says, what happens if this sends Lindsay into a spiral and she can't come back? Will the trial be delayed until she can attend? That's a great question. And I don't know the answer to it. Catherine said, I lost my daughter this month last year. I'm so sorry. From a chemo overdose, from leukemia. She was cremated, but the thought of her having an autopsy would have made me sick. She didn't, but for some reason that thought was more heartbreaking. I'm so sorry, Catherine. Heaven got even more awesome when your daughter joined. Steeler girl, I didn't have, but I did have PPP. I didn't have PPP, but I had PPD. I would throw my son in his crib when he would cry and scream at him. It's excruciating to think about 18 years later. I can't imagine what she's feeling. My God. Lindsay, it's so important to know many people succeed on medication and therapy and live a great life, including myself. Yes, yes, yes. But you must advocate for yourself. You must. Timeless Hysteria says, I am beyond mad. How dare these prosecutors do this? They have no heart. Kelly, I've never seen a defendant in such raw, genuine agony. My heart breaks for Lindsay and these babies. They were failed. Thanks for covering. Beth Ellen, my heart breaks too. Where are her parents? They're right there in the courtroom. They are there. They're not allowed to comfort her. No, they're not allowed to come up to the well. She's being guarded by guards, and she's a murder defendant. And her nurses, they're not allowed to comfort her. Mary, this is heartbreaking. The DA had a choice not to torture her. It's going to cause her to have another breakdown. Clearly, we saw it happen. Kathleen, could the allowance of the witnesses the defense objected to be grounds for appeal? Maybe. If they were more prejudicial and probative, I don't know. The judge is skittish. He's letting everything in because of his recent overturning in LaTarsha Sanders. Sasha's dog mom. I was put on Z my 6th week. I was at work in the bathroom. I looked up and I thought I could handle a rope from there. Immediately called my doctor. It can happen in a split second, right? The planning. Marianne, thank you for your 50. I feel so bad for Lindsay. I don't know how these prosecutors can sleep at night. They're loathsome. Thank you for your 50. Thank you all for listening to this. This was the hardest day. Jamie says, I think the ADA and all the medical staff should say, we're so sorry for your loss. You're free to go and live your life the best you can after we all let you down so well. Donna actually did go visit Proctor's Ledge yesterday. Yes, that is a real place. It is where the witches were hung in Salem in 1692. It's a real place. Thank you, Donna. Kimberly, thank you. Dorothy's been watching every day. This just broke me. That poor one did not have control of what she was doing. My heart goes out to her and the children. Mama Beth says she can't stop crying all the way from Australia. She's heartbroken. The children. Kevin's been incredible. MF says, why didn't anyone say, explain, you don't want to be here anymore, and what would you do to make that happen? Blue Bow, I'm afraid they send her to prison. She might try suicide in there because it's going to be hard for her to find a purpose again. She is still suicidal. Kevin has said that in open court. Hold, please. I have the hiccups. All Zombies Matter said, the Commonwealth has proven that evil does exist. She is still suicidal. The pretrial hearings about her transportation to be here for the trial were very, very explicit. Kevin said, I do not want her to take her own life in this courthouse or courtroom, judge, and neither do you. We need the proper security. Martha, why isn't he held responsible to some extent? He had direct knowledge of her thoughts and feelings, and he didn't do more to keep the kids safe. Patrick, I don't know that anybody in their wildest dreams could have imagined this. Katie said the officers stay out of the room. When my hubby has to work a hospital trip, there's 2 officers that stay in the room with the inmate. Thank you. They seem to be posted outside her room. Carol said, I think Kevin asked for Lindsay to be out of court, but it was denied. I don't know where you saw that, Carol, but I haven't been able to confirm. Yeah, Doc Tracy's like, I need to watch some Outlander and have a bourbon. Jenny, what is the Commonwealth's reason for motive or reason? They say that she was overwhelmed. She did not want to go back to work. She no longer had a nanny. She did not have the life that she wanted, and that she would have a better life if she took the lives of her children and then pretended to kill herself. It's still not clear to me either. They don't need to prove motive, but juries like to hear about it. Mommy of 5, Gigi at 12. I had to change my name again. Oh, Gigi, is that you? Been busy getting Leighton ready for preschool. That is you. Love you, Gigi. Hope your shoulder's doing better. Oma worked in an emergency mental health. Had a suicidal man planning to go to Florida and die by gators. No admission. A mom suicidal with kids. Admission every time. Jezebel, the best way to honor the children is to make sure this never happens again by demanding a change in a broken system. Thank you. Christy, Mel, do you ever miss being in the courtroom? No, not one bit. Not one bit. It is exhausting. It is exhausting. Sitting here in this chair for 8 hours is exhausting. Being there is like 10 times the exhaustion because you're living it in real time. Puddle splasher. There is temporary gray matter reduction and rewiring after pregnancy and potential to develop new onset bipolar or psychosis separate from PP diagnosis. Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor? It's obviously Mary, just as someone who smoked a lot of MJ or the devil's lettuce. Prosecution framing CBD like it's THC is just insane to me and so incredibly manipulative. Vanny, can ADAs decline a case? They can. They can. They might worry about losing their job, but I've heard other ones say they want to. That's what reminded your comment is what reminded me about that. Holly says, although this is heartbreaking, is this evidence necessary? I would submit to you no. If they had accepted her stipulation to stipulate to the killings, we would only be here about whether or not she was criminally responsible at the time of the murders. But this is the way they've chosen to try this case. And I don't know. They have to prove they killed him. That's the basis. I think I answered your questions. April, the autopsy testimony isn't proving she was sane or making me feel she's guilty. If anything, Lindsay sobbing shows how remorseful she is. Thank you. OR nurse Tori says toddlers and kids are walking bruises. My kids always have legs full of. Yep. I'd be arrested. I had 3 kids under 3 at one point. These kids were climbing all over everything. Come on. We all know that. They're trying to make it look like she was abusive. That's why they want Dr. LaPosada in. Dr. LaPosada's coming. Miriam, how brutal can they be? I understand from Egypt. Miriam's watching. Right. How can they not have changed their mind after how the medical testimony showed negligence and disregard? How? Because they do not know how to pivot. That is another thing that good trial lawyers know how to do. Pivot. They don't come in with scripted questions. They're able to pivot to based on what witnesses say. And I don't think these two know how to pivot. Whoever's sitting in the hallway, whoever they scheduled to come in for the day, they're going to bring them up there, come hell or high water. And they're going to they have no idea how to pivot. Thanks, Nikki. Private info for becoming a member. Jennifer, legal question. Is it permissible for a defendant to be sedated or medicated while listening to testimony? She's in the hospital. I mean, she's in a mental hospital. That's where she's being held, is Tewksbury. I don't know what her medical regimen is there, but many who are in mental hospitals are medicated. Is it permissible? I would imagine that whatever meds she is on, they gave her. I can't see why it wouldn't be permissible. She's not, unless she's testifying that day. Unless there's some weird rule in listen, Massachusetts is like the upside down, inside out Narnia of the legal system. So actually, my answer is, who the hell knows in Massachusetts? Thank you, New Hampshire woman. Ellen, Iron Dog. I think they're trying to show that Cora struggled or fought what was happening despite there being nothing under her nails. Totally unnecessary. Thank you. Tables. Hope the daily bows cause more hair loss. Taylor says no words. May all be free of suffering. That's all I could say. You guys are amazing. Buckingham equals Penn, not Teller. Says Sarah. My grandma says Timothy Cruz is running unopposed in both the primary and the election. Oh, he's running unopposed. Is he up for re-election? But he's running unopposed in both the primary and the election. So he's automatically, Melanie, would you like to move to Plymouth? Cape Cod's only 20 minutes away. Never would I ever. Somebody should jump into the race. Can somebody jump into the race at this point in Plymouth County to run for DA? Would this give someone the desire to run? Anybody live in Plymouth County who's an attorney who wants to jump in the race? This is your chance. This is a very draining day. I agree. Bitsy Sinatra says the prosecutors remind me of the twins in The Shining, all grown up. I'm so tired today. I feel like this is not going to sway the jury. It will help the defense. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Curiouser and curiouser, deliberately torturing Lindsay. Thanks for becoming a member of Mitigated Splash. Where's her humanity? God is watching. I don't know. Once we get through these comments, we're going to do a giveaway. So stick around if you want to. Old Line Red, she wants to play out scenarios. Appalling. If you want to be entered in the giveaway, just put any comment in the chat. I've been collecting this whole entire time. So there's about 5,000 entries right now. I never stopped collecting. I think I can maybe turn off slow mode now. Let's see. Curb your corruption. The jury is watching a paralyzed, inconsolable mother grip her attorney's hand and whimper while prosecutors insist on graphic details the defense already stipulated to. This is overly sadistic. See, money? We've addressed that. Mama Bess, DA is vile. Kevin had her rattled all day, and now she's sickeningly perked up doing what she's doing. She's completely repulsive. Hope her career takes a massive hit, says Mama Bess. Thank you. Unicorn in the corner. Appalling, inhumane. Never have I cried watching a trial while being filled with so much rage. Yes. The dichotomy of the emotions today are wild. This is beyond cruel, says Alicia. Elisa says, I think she's seeing she lost the jury and she's in desperate mode. I think she planned this all along. Emma Louise says, look after your own mental health. Lord, please help Lindsay. Thank you. What in the entire F, says Mixed Chick. Kimberly coming in with a $200 super chat. You're amazing. To all the cupcakes suffering through this together, we are fortunate to have you, Melanie. Oh, thank you. You're also fortunate enough to have each other, because I see you in the comments. I see you consoling each other, caring about each other, being kind to each other. And being kind to somebody means more than you know. Oftentimes, you never know who you may have saved one day, you know? It doesn't cost anything to be kind. Be nice or leave. It's really easy. Am I being mean to the prosecutors today? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Because I've developed a hatred for them that I feel is warranted. Pull out your yoga mat if you need to. Get into child's pose for an hour. Jess, thank you for your 50. I've never seen anything like this. My left eye is also twitching. She's a lawyer too, see? Right? Is it just me? Thanks, Melanie, for getting us through this. What is it that makes your left eye twitch, and why left eye? I don't know. I'm going to have to look up the superstitions. Lex says something about this case feels personal for Kevin. Yes, his wife is a nurse. And he's been like this. He's been passionate about this case throughout all the pretrial. Yeah, he that's the kind of guy he is. Wow, life is rough, says the bands were tied. Julie says, when Melanie twitches and wipes spittle from her mouth, you know it's bad. Did I wipe spittle? Do I need to wipe spittle? What are you trying to tell me, Julie? Thank you, Laura. Jojo, for anyone who needs to talk to someone tonight, 988 is the crisis lifeline. Oh, good. Thank you for reminding me to put up the hotline for the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline. 1-833-852-6262. If you are struggling, please know that there's help. Please know that we care about you. Early intervention is key. She's nullified the whole jury in 1 hour, says L. Blue Bow thinks she's cruel. Eileen says, I say jury nullification. Glamasu says, I've been saying she's an acolyte of the Marquis de Sade. Absolutely hate this woman. This is inhumane. Where's I wonder what Big Case Mike thinks about this. Remember how he's talking about Karen Reed? I hate that woman. I really hate that woman. Where's Big Case Mike? I haven't turned on Court TV since this case started, so I don't even know what's going on over there. But I did see Nancy Grace drop a video on YouTube where she was horrific to Dr. Leslie Dobson. I've never seen anything like it. Look for that video. Wow. Lisa says she's definitely enjoying this. Modern day Putnam. This is Gilead. Thank you. I'm going to put up the Handmaid's Tale rubber duck because it is like the Handmaid's Tale. And it is not ironic that Gilead was headquartered in Boston in the Handmaid's Tale, is it? It's obviously Mary says, disgusting. Torturing Lindsay. Sinmon says, thanks. I appreciate you. Thank you for your 10. And Needham says, jury know about stipulations. Well, the only stipulations that the jury knows about, because the only stipulations that are really in effect during this trial are the stipulations with regard to chain of custody, that they don't have to call every witness who touched the evidence. There are no other stipulations. She has not stipulated to her guilt. I don't know why that's out there. I don't know why people think that. So I'm glad I could clear that up. Flew This Coop gifted 20 memberships. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Jared Huber, this says this is a tough one. Yeah, prayers up for everyone doing the Lord's work. It's all real. Stormina, thank you. Charissa, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Kelly says that she's enjoying this. It's like a sadistic torture device. I'm autistic and even I'm ready for learning or leaning in TV and being inappropriate. She's now Miss Boble to me. Trunchbull. Jenny, thank you. Matrix Motive, just stop already. Yes, I'm shouting at the prosecution. I saw photos in a murder trial 20 years ago. The images are burnt in my brain. I'm sorry for all. See? 20 years ago, this viewer, this cupcake, was a juror in a murder trial and can still, 20 years later, cannot get the autopsy photos out of her brain. Angela, only time I see something like this is when they're trying to prove who did it, I think. Alex, our jurors offered mental health counseling after a trial like this. Somebody said that they get 3 visits. Hold on, because we're going to get to that. See peace instead. Watching and reading the chat on mute. Why didn't Reddington ask for her to be excused? We don't know. We think he might have. Everyone hit the like if we haven't. If you haven't already. I said if we got to 15,000 likes, we would do a giveaway. Oh, we didn't get there yet. We're only at 14,000 likes. So we need another 1,000. Come on, we could do it. There's still 16,000 people here. If you haven't hit the like button, hit it. Because if we get to 15,000 likes, we're going to do another giveaway for all of you who hung in here all day, even though this was completely and utterly torturous for everyone. Oh, Paula, thank you for your Venmo. She says, buy the tickets to decompress. Come on, you can do it. 1,000 more likes. Let's do another giveaway. Bruce, on my other channel, when is stated that when I was a child, the troll lived under a bridge. You mods locked me out, but I still think they should stay under the bridge. I don't know, Bruce, what you're talking about. If you're blocked, just send me a link to your channel. You know how to do it. Make the lamb stop screaming, Lisa says, please. Prayers to the jury, prayers to everyone. Bunch of new members. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Scorpio Moon, thank you for your 20 and for thanking me. Mrs. Always Right. I wonder if these two go to lunch and tell each other what a great job they're doing. How can they even sleep at night? A lot of people are wondering that. Moody Judy, prosecution's motto, when you know you'll probably lose your case, torture the defendant. M. Kingston says they had a choice to do this. They did it anyway. Thank you, Serenity. New members, you're amazing. Kim, CJC, Tracy, I pray these prosecutors are haunted in their dreams. Thank you, Cat Q, for tuning in from Canada for your super chat. Plowing on regardless of the emotional carnage, says Curiouser. Lindsay needs to be put on 24/7 watch. She has nothing to lose now. Thank you, Saddle Up, Vicky Sue. Hopefully that she is on 24/7 suicide watch. I hope so. I wonder. That's a great point. Oh, Sheila, can her family visit her afterwards? I don't know. I don't know what the visitation allows. She's got to get shipped back to Tewksbury. That's where she is, in the mental health hospital. Grandma of LawTube, thank you. SK says, I hope the depraved behavior of these two follow them for the rest of their careers. Who on earth in Massachusetts would want to work with them after this? Thank you, Kat Randall, for gifting. Menopause with me says this ADA is disgusting and way too old to wear freaking bows. Love you, Mel, Alicia. These ADAs are psychopaths, says Ian. Julie, Lindsay is broken by a broken system. Fiona, I poo-pooed mental health crises until it happened to me. Mary, D2D, salt in the wounds. We're at 15,000 likes. Good. I knew you guys could do it. Spilling tea says, I'm curious to know if the bow wearing ADA has done this in other trials. No, somebody else said that she watched some other trials with her in the past and she was not bow wearing at that time. No, I think it's because of Cora. No, even pre-trial, nobody saw her wearing the bows either. How do you go after your own witness? Right. Impeaching your own witnesses. Taylor says, Lindsay's reactions, if you were to sit outside during part of the trial, how would it affect issues over competency to understand trial, sanity, consciousness, and appellate issues? Thank you. I don't know if she asked to, and I don't know if she's medicated, and I don't know. There's so much I don't know that I can't answer that question. The jury could take it one of two ways, think that she's remorseful, therefore she was definitely suffering a psychotic break, or, oh yeah, these are crocodile tears. She doesn't really mean it. She's faking. She did it in cold blood. Thank you, Jomar. Needham says Commonwealth better rest tomorrow. I don't know. Lewis, all of you saying she should be on S watch. Gail says, and Lindsay still suffers. She always will, but she doesn't deserve treatment like this, in my opinion, that it's cruel. Thank you. Thanks, Cammy. Luna's mom can only handle this because of me. Thank you. Christine, thank you. Sons was sectioned here in Mass for saying, I can't live without my kid, taken out of context yet. She begged for help and couldn't get it. PTSD Healer says, I feel that the Commonwealth is trying to connect Lindsay's post in her Facebook support group to Dawson's injuries. Yes. Yep. They're trying to prove that she planned it and that she hated Dawson the most, and therefore she was most brutal with him. I agree. Jersey Queen, Plymouth County DA's office has a moral integrity unit. That's a joke. Thank you. Teresa Irish says, this was the hardest day I'm broken. I know. I think you're not alone. Blessed Mama says, I don't remember the last time I cried during a podcast. Taylor says, would haters be so judgmental if a disease like cancer or Parkinson's caused such a lapse in sanity? It's a great question. Mindy is a nurse, 23 years labor and delivery. My son and I are survivors of severe PPD after being over-medicated to control symptoms. This is a case of PPD and anxiety with a cocktail of medications causing a medically induced psychosis. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you. A little louder for the people in the back who don't get it. Angel the Aussie, that was way more prejudicial than probative, in my opinion, should have never been allowed. Defense offered stipulations of guilt. The Commonwealth wanted this. Yep. Yeah. Why can't you comment? I don't know. Have you been here for 3 days? This is a 72-hour hold on commenting. And also, it was on slow mode for a while. I don't know when that chat was from. Do you think she's realizing she may not have done this? Also, I can't chat. I guess I'm in timeout. I don't know. You might be in, I don't know. There was a slow mode on for 6 minutes. You could only send a message every 6 minutes. That's one of the benefits to being a member, is that you're not subject to slow mode, but the chat was moving so fast that I don't know. I don't buy that she didn't do it, because she admits it in her lawsuit. So I don't think that she thinks that she did. I don't know. Sally, thanks for your super sticker. Liz, I really appreciate your professional coverage and how you keep us informed of what everything means. Thank you. Enough already. Thank you. Lucky Birdie, with all the stipulated, the ADA doing this feels very cruel. No, they wanted to stipulate. The only thing stipulated to were the chain of custody witnesses that did not have to come in. They were stipulating to the photographs. They were stipulating to a lot of stuff. They're not stipulating to guilt. As far as I know, I haven't seen any stipulation about that. The stipulations I've seen are about the chain of custody witnesses. Mary, thank you. Vanny Annie, 11. How is she not prejudiced to the jury? How's Lindsay sitting there sobbing, not prejudiced to the jury? I really don't understand your question. Are you saying that she shouldn't be allowed to sob? And that they should, he called a break every time that she needed to collect herself. And so the jurors were crying too, apparently. Thanks, Angela. Teresa, thanks for becoming a member. See you, Buff's mom. I'll run, not an attorney, but I don't know. You'll run for DA. You should. Gray Space, thank you. Heartbroken. Skip, thank you for your 20. Crime trial addict, been sober for 20 years, suffer from severe depression and anxiety, health with an alcoholic and a mental father. I'm so thankful the mental health system is on trial. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. My dog loves blueberries. Is there something wrong with my account that I don't have an option to gift memberships? I don't know. If you're on an iPhone, it's weird. I can't explain it to you because I don't really know how this technology is. You can on other channels. I don't know. Maybe you got to go to your laptop. I don't know what your device is. And you should be able to gift just by clicking at the bottom where it says $. I don't know. Actually, it's not coming up for me either on the iPhone. Sometimes with the iPhone, it gets wonky. YouTube might be having an issue. I don't know. Emmy, DAs are giving Lindsay a chance for suffering penance in front of a jury. That might work in her favor. Good point. Champ, welcome. Lieutenant Pez Spencer Tully. The entire chat is traumatized. Sending waves of love to everyone. Shocking to see. Yeah, everyone's traumatized. Mimi, thank you. Eve. Zoloft worked for me, but after I had my kids and had a major depressive period, I was put on it again. And it made me feel like I was floating. I was in grad school in Mass. Buzzing for Truth thinks they're disgusting. We broke YouTube, I think. We might have broken YouTube because of the amount of people worldwide that are watching this on every channel is mind-boggling. Elizabeth Mullins says prayers, love, and hugs to the cupcakes. Thank you. Butter Ducks, thank you for your 50. This is just horrible. These witches will pay. Thank you. David, thank God Reddington was proactive in his argument for Dr. La Posada. Yes. Once found, not lost. Welcome. Eve, same super chat. You put it in twice. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, East Chick, that happened to I'm so sorry. I can't even read it out loud. I'm so sorry. Kimberly, welcome. Susie, I hope that she hopes Lindsay has a professional to talk to tonight. I don't know. She's in Tewksbury Hospital. Who knows? I don't know how great the services are there, if any. She's a defendant on trial for a triple murder. Cherie, it's Lindsay's birthday. And Lindsay's birthday was yesterday, actually, wasn't it? I think it was yesterday, but I hear what you're saying. Thanks for being here for 22 months. Leap day, baby. I wish people would get that just because it hasn't happened to you doesn't make it impossible. She said her mom had her first psychotic episode when she was 52. It was terrifying. Caroline, these prosecutors are desperate and trying to torture everyone in the courtroom with this. Kelly, I was on slow mode. Been here since trial 1 for Karen Reed. Wish I could subscribe every month. Thank you, Kelly. Karen, in my case, there was never a plan, but decision in a second. Once a lake in the winter with clouds. When I jump now, I'm jumping into the sky, or the next moment I have my leg over the railing on the 8th floor. Oh boy. I'm so sorry. I hope everything is looking better for you now. Telling us how plans can happen in a second. Lisa, thank you very much. You are loved as well. And Miss Press says that worker of the judge's comment, comment, me goosebumps, gave me goosebumps. Thanks for being here for 15 months. All right, we're going to get to another giveaway in about 30 seconds. Let me just see if there's any more questions. Jennifer, whatever progress Lindsay has made in recovery was lost today. Thank you for your Venmo. Linda, thanking you for 3 matcha lattes. She said, I wish I could buy you a stronger drink. Thank you. Paula, buy the tickets to decompress. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for watching. Elizabeth, thank you for your humanity. Thank you for all of you for your humanity and for not being like the Law and Crime chat. Miranda said, think about the facts. How could she have done this? I guess Miranda thinks Patrick did it. She's admitting to it. Stephanie, Stephanie L. I can barely watch this. Thank you for your 100. But sorry if I duck out. No, Stephanie, absolutely no. I'm not insulted. I understand. Sandy, if these ADAs go to church, they probably leave burn marks on the pews, she says. Cheryl, I cannot love your child. I cannot love your channel more. Thank you, Cheryl. Cher bought 3 matcha lattes. Please use this for some sage to burn since the shining twin witches won't get on their brooms and ride out of Plymouth anytime soon. Well done. Tracy, thank you very much. She's an attorney. Totally agrees with my commentary. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. That is very validating to hear from other lawyers because, sometimes we feel like we're being gaslit all the time. Lisa, thank you. She's expressing her outrage so she can remain calm, caring for her grandbaby. Oh, I love that for you. I can't wait to have a grandchild. Please hurry up. Terry said, thanks for covering. I can't unsee poor Lindsay during the medical examiner's testimony. It's haunting. She's a broken woman who did everything in her power to get help. Every mental health professional who failed Lindsay should feel pain to their core. Eva, thank you. She says it's tough to listen, but she's doing it. Miranda, again, Melanie, she literally didn't do this. Miranda, send me your thoughts in an email form. You don't have to keep paying me to read your comments. Just send me an email. Thank you to the one that you said don't read it out loud. Jill, thank you so very much for watching. I mean, Miranda's a nurse practitioner with a background in ER nursing. Husband is a cardiology fellow at UVA. It won't let you comment. I don't know why. Send me your channel information when you send me your email. She thinks that there's no way that Lindsay could have done this. And she keeps paying me money on Venmo to tell me again and again, Miranda, I'm going to take your money. Sandy, I couldn't help but wondering if we would even know the Clancy name as she had avoided the flawed mental health system. So heartbreaking. Michelle. Oh, okay. I covered that. All right. Nick Reiner's been indicted, I hear also. All right. We're going to do a giveaway. Mama, Jordan, thank you for your matcha. Jordan, thank you for your Venmo. And Mama, thank you for the matcha latte. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All the people who have been commenting in the chat are still entered to win. What do you guys want? What do you guys want for merch? What do you want for the giveaway? Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Bergie, thank you for your super sticker. If you win, you have to be willing to send me your name, address, phone number, sizes, colors. Dave bought the tickets. He's going to Portugal tomorrow. Excellent. Excellent. Ariel Ski, thanks for your 20. Alicia, thank you for your super sticker. And Melissa Ann, daughter has hard, crazy theories at work. She said they think her husband did it. Crushed thyroid and some email that he sent. Any truth to a crushed thyroid? Kevin Reddington said she had a crushed thyroid, right? But I don't remember hearing it from any of the medical providers about the crushed thyroid. So, and again, like people are saying, if she had a crushed thyroid, how would she have been able to speak to Patrick to tell him what happened? So, I mean, I hear what you are saying. I just can't get on board with that theory. You want a hoodie? All right, we're going to do the hoodie. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the winner of the hoodie pick which design they want for the hoodie. Okay, so let me just show you again. You can go into the merch. You can go onto the merch website, which is linked below the video, and you can tell me which hoodie you want, whether it be the Block Island hoodie, the Godfather hoodie, the Cancun hoodie, the Attorney Melanie Little concert hoodie. We're doing the zip up hoodie. Okay, we're going to do the zip up hoodie. So here it is. Let's look at the Cancun one. Oh, that's not it. We're going to do the zip up hoodie. Remember, if you're going to buy merch on your own, you got to click that 20% coupon. So you get your 20% off your entire purchase. It is a Bella and Canvas hoodie. It is super, super, super soft. And it is a very, very nice and very soft hoodie. I have it in white and I have it in another color that has been discontinued. Okay, so you're going to get a zip up hoodie, but you got to tell me the size, the color, and the design that you want. Okay. And then we'll do a hat after that. Okay. Here you go. Everyone who's been commenting has been entered to win automatically. And so there are 5,555 entries right now. Wow. I got to have to look up that number. 5555. Okay. So this is the zip up hoodie. Okay. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go. Do 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 do. Melba Porto 9728. You are the winner of a zip up hoodie of your choice. Please email me at fanbase@mlittlelaw.com with your username in the subject line, winner in the subject line. I need the design that you would like, the color, and the size. Please look at the size chart. I do not sell this merch as a third-party vendor. I make shekels on this. It's not like I'm making a lot of money. I make it because you guys want it. They make it. I have nothing to do with it. It's not like Amazon. It doesn't come within 2 days. It'll take about a week. Unless you're abroad, then it takes longer. But they do ship. Mostly worldwide. All right. Next up is going to be a baseball cap of your choice. Baseball cap of your choice. Cap of your choice. There's also a beanie in there. So cap or beanie, any hat of your choice. Melba, please email me. And here we go. This will be any hat of your choice. Do 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 do. Amber 3563. Amber with the pink hair. Any cap of your choice. Pick it out. Email me. Name, address, phone number, username. Phone number. All the things. Tell me your hat. It only comes in one size, so that one's easy. All right. All right. One more. One more. Because 3 is the magic number. But before we do that, I got to look up repeating 5s in the angel numbers book. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Do you want a baby onesie? Do you want a dog bandana? Here's what we're going to do. The winner of this sixth and final giveaway is going to be winner's choice. Pick anything you want out of the merch shop. Anything you want out of the merch shop. Winner's choice. Okay, here it is. Remember I said there's 5,555 people? 555 in the angel numbers book. I'm a believer. I'm a believer in numerology. And here it is. The angel numbers book, 555. Major change. Get your mindset right. Change can be seen as a negative thing, but with the right mindset and the right alignment to your goals, it's actually your angel's way of readjusting your life to fit your desires. Life will look different when you get what you want. Wow. All right. We have one more winner. Because really, this trial is one where there are no winners. There are no winners, but you guys did it. You got us to 15,000 likes today. You got us to 10,000 before lunch, and we did 3 giveaways at lunch, and I like this idea. This is an important case. More people need to know about it. The likes help the algorithm. Laura, welcome. Missy Nick, we would like to send you a Paul's Barber hat. Do you have a P.O. box? I don't. Thank you. I don't. And I don't give out my address, and I work from home. So thank you, Missy Nick, for thinking of me. If I ever see you in person, be happy to get a Paul's Barbershop hat because I would wear it on the show. You know that I would. There's something wrong with these women, says Lucky Birdie. Catherine says 2 questions. How was she able to speak to Patrick? I don't know. And where's the watch? Patrick was allegedly seen with a white watch in CVS. I don't know. Maybe he had one of his own. I don't know. Catherine seems to think Patrick might have done it too. I don't have the answers to those questions. Thanks for your 10. Clancy Law. There should be a Clancy Law, says Lisa. Twice she said it. Donna, the ADA should be charged with cruel and unusual punishment. You think we should all file a lawsuit collectively for intentional infliction of emotional distress? I don't think Patrick didn't do it. We need to leave the family alone. They've been through enough. H. Marie, by just putting any comment in the chat, you are entering the giveaway. You just have to be willing to give me your information. Emily, this is just so wrong, period. Thanks for your compassion, a safe place. She was let down, Melanie. Thank you. Melissa says, I don't agree with the theory. I just want to be able to give her facts for her coworkers. I think that she's not guilty by insanity. Her friends are watching Court TV. Oh, well, I don't know who's tell your friends to watch over here. Elle says that I'm wonderful and you love my top. Oh, thank you so much. That's it's my jam, like the free people stuff. Sharon became a member. Welcome. And Laura says 5555. Hopefully the change will be with mental health care. Yes. Oh my gosh, that's great. That's right. 555. Hold on. I didn't even think about it that way. I love how you guys think out of the box. 555 is major change. It's right here. Oh, I just got the chills. Hold on. Let me show this to you bigger. There it is. Oh, you can see my nails. I totally need to fill in. Wow. This case will be paramount in the change. That's so crazy. The change is coming. The change is coming. Okay, one more winner. Winner's choice. Whatever you want in the merch shop on me. Ready, set, go. Good luck, everyone. Do, 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 do. And the winner of Winner's Choice is Axel M. 3110. Axel, you get your choice of merch. Axel M. Email me all the things. Name, address, phone number, put winner choice with your username in the subject line. Send me all the things. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Do not email me if you did not win. I don't want your address if you did not win. Congratulations to all the winners, because really there are no winners in this case. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Please protect your peace. Thank you. Little warning hood, little red warning hood. Please protect your peace. Go relax. Get away. Step away from the tubes of you. Hug your kids. Love your loved ones. Reach out to somebody who might want to hear from you that you haven't spoken to in a long time, because you never know who's struggling, and you never know what phone call might change someone's life. Pass along the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline if you need it. And tell your friends that if they want to watch in a place with like-minded folks, that they are welcome here. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love each and every one of you. Moderators, you are doing the Lord's work. And I couldn't do this without you. Call your mother. Call your mother. Do something you enjoy doing. Peace.